All right. Hello, hello. Hello, Zenny. Hello, Mono. It is over, Dragon Age Bros. Why? It's a short break from Inquisition. Come on. Hello, Titus. I'm glad you had a glow up. Also, yes. Hello, bonjour, salute. I'll be honest, I'm slowly losing my grip on Duolingo. I'm slowly missing. I think I've already lost my streak. Yeah, I'm losing my grip on French. Is it cola again? It is Dr. Pepper, in fact. Yeah. Oh well. One day you will get it, Mono. One day. Okay. Alright. So, yes. I'm taking a short break. Again, emphasis on short. Short break from my Inquisition playthrough. Because next week comes out Space Marine 2. Well, I mean, officially I think it actually comes out on September 9th, but pre-orders, depending on the kind of pre-order you have, you will get like early access. It should be on September 5th, so basically the game comes out next week. And yeah, I think it's a good moment to replay First Space Marine. And yeah, check it out and see how well it aged and all that. And kind of refresh my memory on this game. I didn't play it that long ago, actually. I don't remember what was the last time I launched this game. I definitely played it in the beginning of Space Marine 2 development, and sometime later a few times. So yeah, I have some relatively fresh memories of this game. But still, I think it's a good one to go through on stream. And one thing that I guess I'll say about Space Marine that, I don't know, maybe some people on our design team definitely would consider a bit of a hot take. That I think that Space Marine aged relatively well in many ways because its core combat is surprisingly still feels very good, and it feels pretty unique despite all these years. This game came out in 2011, so literally 13 years ago. I don't remember any single like notable AAA title that tried to do the same thing that Space Marine did, which is a blend of third-person shooter and hack and slasher. Yeah, so yeah, let's just begin, I guess, and do a new campaign. I'll probably play the normal. If I remember correctly, this game is not that hard. Oh, I mean, except for the part when Chaos comes in, so yeah, I'll play the normal. To avoid any Chaos-related suffering. Yeah, look at that big dumb robot. And the Titans always look so silly. I can't take seriously Titans in of Imperium. exterminators? Negative. Strategic value absolute. Adeptus Astartes Ultra. But I love this. I love this intro. It's pretty simple, but I think it's pretty effective in a way to convey the mood. Yeah, it is pretty simple, but I think quite effective. Oh, великий суп наварили. Yeah, that was pretty nice. Hello, Titus. Hello.
Captain Titus, the Orcs have massacred the Forge World's forces. And they have taken the planetary defense weapon.
This is the most hated person, character in the whole game.
Keeps us off their backs while
By the
they
way.
loot the Titan war machine.
Leanders.
Pilot, report.
Fuck Leanders.
We're losing altitude.
Get the ship to safety.
Me when I'm securing the Titans, literally.
Hi, Captain. Thunderbolt Lancer Jove returning to launch bay.
His pledge is maternal. Yes. I hate his helmet. I mean, in the game they look a little bit silly, but honestly I find it charming. Maybe not for this particular rendition.
This is your plan.
We need to get to the surface to take out the gun battle. Or do you want to go home already, Sergeant?
But it feels so weird to hear Mark Strong, right? His name? As a Titus voice. The Codex has started to support this action. Hello, Wolfen. Hello, hello. Look at him go. I'm here for Broadman. Oh, don't you worry. We have those, absolutely. They're very broad. Alright, yeah, so this is the tutorial level. I quite like it. It's pretty simple. The landing and the jump part. Pray to the orc ship. Pretty simple, but I think still pretty effective. Yes, God, these guys. Wait, they don't, oh no wait, they show you the tutorial pins. Okay, yes, you stun enemies with F here to execute them. I almost feel at home for obvious reasons, so I don't really need any time to get used to the controls. Space Marine 2 is not that far in terms of like controls and feeling of controls from the first game. They're very baby orcs, little. Yes, the Gretchens, I think they're called in English. The little guys. I don't remember their lore actually. I don't remember if they're considered orcs or they're like a sort of like a different species that help them. Don't remember, but they're cute. They're adorable. Yeah, look at that. Quite dynamic environment. Oh, they literally tell you to aim on this explosive barrel, I guess. Oh. Your health is low. Okay. Yeah, now they teach you the execution. God, it's this kind of... Oh, this guy's stuck. Oh, look at him. Look at this idiot. Foolish. Foolish. Orc. Can't even handle your own ship navigation. It is quite surprising how... Oh, wait, actually he managed to get out. How much time they let the tutorial hints to stay on the screen. It's like an action game. And remember that when it comes to action games, you should be very careful with the new information that you present to the player, because the player's cognitive capacities, the abilities to switch their attention is super limited. And the fact that they flash it sort of at the bottom of the screen and very quickly remove it. Okay, this one stays, I think, until I'm actually doing the action, right? That's also a very funny phrase. Aim to add explosive hazards to take out foes and reveal secrets. Hello, zombie. Hello, hello. Space Marine 1 is not very exploration kind of, heavy or exploration-driven game. So the fact that they kind of specify secrets reveal it's interesting. Also quite effective. Oh, a cutscene. Hello! Look at this big guy. He's also very broad.
Get off my ship, Space Marine!
Space Marine! I like that guy. I like that war boss. How much did they make you play this game without letting you play on Space Marine 2? Surprisingly, we did not have any official kind of a requirement, that you must play Space Marine, and we must have like a Space Marine playtest. So no, I played it on my own, and actually I played this game on release. I'll wait for your zombie. What kind of food do you get? Do they Space Marines count as bara? What is bara? I'm not familiar with this term. What's another one? Also, it's definitely quite confusing to see the mouse and keyboard controls to be presented in this fashion through text. Oh, you see? Oh my god. Some of these tutorial hints literally overlap and with each other. Are you going to... yeah. Basically Broadman Yaoi? I think so. I think actually, yeah, absolutely. They do count, yes.
You're gonna die!
Okay, yeah, here we need to rotate the turret. You can kind of ignore this objective and keep fighting, and I believe they will just keep spawning orcs at you infinitely. Look at him, stupid. Anyway, let's do the objective. Look at how strong Titus is. Look at him. Very strong, very powerful. Very smooth. Look at him, he doesn't even care about the fact that the ship is falling on ground. Hello, Titus. Hi. Ah, the title drop. Okay, we are officially in Space Marine 2.
Captain Titus, come in. Damned orcs shot me off course. I've had no word from Leandros, but I'm picking up Vox chatter from Imperial Guard forces on the ground.
I scarcely thought anyone would be left alive, much less still fighting.
Heading towards the front lines now.
I will meet you there.
Alright, yeah, honestly, I think the tutorial level still holds very well, mainly because of the set dressing. Again, it's just so over the top. You landing on an orc ship and making a mess. Even so, the tutorial is pretty hectic, and definitely not kind of overestimates the player's ability to read tutorial hints during the midst of combat, but I think it still works. Look at that. Oh, this is good. Ah, that was a very nice effect. Also a very nice reveal of the cannon. Then I really missed this sprinting in this game. It's like we kind of lost this actually. I think in the second game, for the sake of convenience probably. Is how when you sprint with Titus, there is like this kind of like a momentum feeling, you know, that sort of evokes the weight of this guy, right? When you stop sprinting, there's like this short moment when he actually he needs some time to stop, that you don't actually like for a short time you don't have any controls, like here, and that's not. It's like a really good way I think to convey the weight of this guy. There's something oddly toddler-like if he moves. It is kind of, oh my god, these guys ran off. Fuck, I wanted to watch them. Yeah, it is a little bit awkward. Look at that. Oh. Look at that. So again, they framed the cannon second time. Even better this time, you can actually see it between buildings. Hello? That's interesting.
Remain calm. Evacuate in orderly fashion. Public disturbances will not be tolerated.
God, look at this bench. I think that's a Space Marine sized bench, right? It looks very big, solid. Yeah, I think they built the bench with Space Marine metrics sort of in mind, which is quite funny. It's kind of it was one of the big things on Space Marine 2 development when it comes to like asset modeling and asset metrics, that the environments, we had a very strong focus on the fact that all the environments that you see, all these like props, the furniture, right, especially, it's human-sized stuff, right? All the areas that you navigate, apart from Battle Barge, is made for humans, not for Space Marines, right? And so you have to be very careful with how the metrics of the assets that you make, because it's very easy to. It's kind of like an intuitive thing, right? Because most of the time you make models metric appropriate to the character metrics, right? And usually the character is the human-sized, and so it's pretty just intuitive to just make assets to kind of like adequate to the Space Marine metrics. But that's, you can see like right here. But this is just wrong. No. I don't think that area was built for Space Marine, right? I think it was made for humans. And for humans, you can look at this guy as a reference. A bit too much, a bit too big. And also I feel like it would be very uncomfortable to sit on. But maybe it's a part of a Grimdark, you can argue. Yeah, this is very, very hostile architecture, after all.
Authorized. The Emperor be with you, Space Marine.
Thank you. The bolts are unlocked. I like how they specify which pattern you get. I don't think we do this, unfortunately, in the second game. Do we? Maybe? No, I don't think so. Alright. Oh. What? Wait, what this guy was doing here? Was he just... How did I not notice him just walking around? Ah. Bolter. Wait. Oh, I think these Gretchens are the ones that run away from me. From that scene. It's so funny that... What's happening? What's going on with them? It looks like their brains are turned off, or like they're incapable of targeting me for some reason. That's very funky. Look at that guy, just having a good time. No, not going to disturb him. The wiki says there are more Coali than more normal orcs. That makes perfect sense. Bit of a shame that you don't see cannon here for some reason. It actually feels like... No, they don't hide it. Well, but they also don't really frame it here, so I guess it's okay. Welcome back, zombie. What food did you get?
Space Marines to kill.
Space Marines to kill.
The humans all alone.
God, I missed that. I missed that Orc Panther. It's like one thing that Space Marine 2 definitely lost by going with Tyranids as a horde faction. Yeah, Tyranids don't talk, unfortunately, and they don't scream Space Marine at you. They get used as footballs when the normal orcs get bored. Also makes sense. Macaroni cheese with breadcrumbs?
Destroy them!
No, that sounds pretty good. Hello, Leandrus.
Here they come.
This way.
They got no way out of there.
Oh, I'm running. Oh. Oh, that grenade hurts. Oh, that slow-mo is pretty strong when you count enemies. And also... oh, god, yeah. Sometimes it just doesn't really work. Probably on the angled surfaces. Okay, I need your opinion, by the way, on Leandros.
Are you wounded?
The Codex Astartes warns against using jump packs to leap blindly into enemy fire, and for good reason.
Your days as a novice are behind you. Why do you still interpret the Codex so narrowly?
I look to its rules for guidance.
We all do. But there are also benefits to thinking for yourself, Leandros.
So yeah, Leandros is like one of the most, probably the most hated character in this game. You know, I don't know, maybe I got paralyzed because of that overwhelming hatred, whether ironic or non-ironic, of this guy. I can't actually find him cute. Is he cute in your opinion? Would you rate him cute? I feel like I might get, I'm getting polarized into liking him. It's hard, it's hard to say, but to be honest, with how his face was animated here, I liked him. He seems insecure. Yes, I would rate him. Yeah, he's quite insecure, young, clinging, a bit of a nerd, right? But he's clinging to Codex very, very strongly. Yeah, I kind of find him cute actually. He honestly seems scared of like things that are ambivalent. Yeah, pretty much. He needs a hug, yeah. The Codex Astartes does not support his action. Yeah, the Codex says. Yeah, pretty much the nerd emoji or emote. I wonder if there is a... is there a ship of fanfics like about Titus and Leandros? They must be. Do I think he would blush a lot if he ever saw Gilliman? Oh yes. Oh yes, absolutely.
Sedona's picked up local Imperial Guard communications. They survived under the shadow of that gun. I want to know how.
Oh, look at that. Valkyrie, I think?
Keep firing!
And here, for some reason, they decide to teach you sprint.
Kill everything in that fucking...
I mean, I guess it is a corridor, and I guess they spawn enemies here at the end. I feel like it's a bit late of teaching the player, but I don't know. Not a single Titus Leandros fic. Oh, I hope it's Space Marine 2. But Titus and Nemeros? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's I imagine it's very, very toxic one. Since Nemeros is a Chaos Warlord. So he's like he's the main villain of this game. Wait, what? What was that? Oh, I pressed the wrong button, so... Oh, did I? No, I did not. There should be a cutscene here, right? Oh, I guess it triggers a little bit later.
My lord, you have saved us.
Rise, guardsmen. You saved yourselves. We thought you dead.
We would be, my lord, if not for the lieutenant.
Where will we find this lieutenant?
At the front lines. Follow the trench network to the lieutenant's command bunker.
Carry on, guardsmen. We rendezvous with Sidonus, then we find this lieutenant.
Benevolent blue
Update
potato.
intel on the gun battery.
Through here, my lords. Head out the upper level and continue through the plaza. The bunker is beyond that.
Where you're going? Leandros, oh my god. He's in a hurry. I believe I should be able to take that gun, no? Maybe not this one. Look at him pronouncing lieutenant properly. Oh yeah. The lieutenant thing.
Remarkable. A few hundred against 1 million orcs, and they fight on.
Only a death.
No. Get off! My legs. I can't feel my legs.
I got to see a space marine before the end. God, Emperor.
Watch over those who fight.
I think it's one of the few scenes where you actually see like guardsmen outside of like combat scenarios. Those is just wounded people kind of gather around. And it's definitely a bit of a shame that there are not a lot of scenes with guardsmen kinda focusing on them, what they're doing outside of war.
Captain, I'm in position at a broken monument near the guard lines.
Quotas must be met. Despite alien incursion, delinquency is an affront to the machine god.
There he is.
Hello, Sidonus. The boomer of our squad.
I see you found something to keep you busy.
Worry not, Captain. I've saved some orcs for you. The orcs have got that gun well defended, no mistake. But typical orc behavior would be to dismantle or destroy the gun.
And certainly not use it to keep our forces at bay. There's a strategy behind it. Their leader is no fool.
Coordinated attack.
It's getting interesting.
I'm in.
Okay, let me do the double the double strike against the enemies of mankind. All right.
Encountered the orc during our jump to the surface.
That was the orc ship I saw crash near here, I take it. Did he survive?
If the horde hasn't turned on itself, it's still under his control.
All right, that's a second weapon we get. The chainsword.
Weapons authorization.
Which one? Titus? Like the main character, you mean? Or one of the other guys? The one talking to the boomer? I actually don't know who is the voice actor of the boomer. His voice doesn't sound familiar to me. Maybe? I'm not sure. Alright, let's use some chain swords. Yeah, it's pretty awkward how there is no like a lock-in looking mechanic in this game. At times you kind of suffer from it. Google says Richard Hawley. Oh, he was in Witcher 3. I see. Oh, look at that. Look at that goofy orc ship. Also, I think these objects that are falling down, I assume these are orcs actually, right? These are probably meteorites that orcs use to get on the planet, or maybe that's just like a space debris. I'm not sure. Oh, it's the voice actor of Dijkstra. Wow. Well, I mean, I wouldn't recognize it because I played Witcher 3 with a Russian, yeah, a dub. to my greats and suffer a lot because of that. Ah, remember that they mentioned the explosion of barrels to reveal secrets in the tutorial? I guess this is what they were referring to. I mean, I guess it is a secret in a very kind of charitable sense.
Target that squig!
Look at that! The squig! Oh, you painted 2 squigs? That's a good choice. That's a very good choice for a miniature. They're quite adorable. And they're very nice enemies in this game. Look at them. They have very distinct noises when they're present on the level. Like very good like sound telegraphing. Throwing grenades. Oh. Sure, let's do this. Let's also explode these convenient explosive barrels. Yo, this final hit of the chainsaw combo is very satisfying. Yeah, the combat still feels pretty well.
Dropship incoming!
The drop ship, you mean? Okay. It's interesting that they're introducing 2 new enemies very quickly, like one after another almost. Hello, Knob. Oh, I cannot parry you. That's not the Space Marine 2. Yeah, one of the things that I think the first game definitely suffers is how you basically can only dodge. And that at times feels super restrictive and kind of just like unsatisfying. You know, in regard to like you playing as a space marine, like the power fantasy of the space marine. Oh yes. Oh, the QTEs. Oh god, that's like a very baffling decision that they made. That's every time you finish.
Where is your commander, guardsman?
Inside, but the door is sealed.
I believe they will let us through. Imperial Guard, we are Ultramarines. Open this door.
Yeah, every time you finish the big guy, you need to do the short like QT sequence first. And I don't know what they were thinking when they decided to do this, because finishers in this game, this is not like Doom Eternal stuff. For example, you are vulnerable when you perform finishes. So if you time the finisher poorly, in the midst of like when you're surrounded by enemies, you can just die. Basically, you can get punished severely, and it's like. The intention, I think, is it's understandable that they wanted the decision of performing a finisher to be like something that you just don't do automatically. It's like a part of a skill check that you need to finish when you are more or less safe, right? You need to find good timings for that, or will be punished. But I think the problem with this approach is that if the player decides to finish in the wrong time, it's the experience of getting punished for this is just it's too strong, because it's the experience of you unable to do anything, right? Because finishers take time, some of them are pretty long, and so the fact that during the finisher duration you have no control, you can't do anything, and basically have to just watch enemies like killing you as you do this. It feels pretty bad. It's probably it's like one of the worst things ever, right? I talked about this, I think, during like Dragon Age streams, that this is like one of the worst ways to punish the player, by like taking controls from them. And this kind of like falls into this territory. It's kind of similar, I thought about this, and it's kind of similar to, I guess, how, like, in general, in many action games, you have this kind of like a part of the combat, part of the challenges, is commitment to the animation, right? To attack animations. Like in some Souls games, for example, right? When you perform certain attack animations, like heavy attacks, right? You are, to some extent, committing to them, because you cannot cancel out of them immediately, right? And you can get punished for this if you time the attack poorly. But I think that what the problem with the finishers in Space Marine is that they overstep like the boundary of the duration, right? Because the attacks, the attack animations are usually not that long, or at least the commitment phase that you cannot cancel out. But finishers they can be pretty long. Yeah, so I'm very happy that in Space Marine 2 we moved away from this, and in Space Marine 2 you're invulnerable when you perform finishers. It feels quite offensive, yeah. Everybody, I must do upper back yoga or I will die. How does the getting your HP back system work? It basically works by performing finishers. Yeah, by doing the finishers you get your health, and that's the only way to do this. How about if you could cancel out the finisher animation? I mean, that's like the problem. How would you do this? Like being able to cancel out of... It's like immediately it just seems like it would be very junky in terms of like presentation. Being able to like at every duration, at every moment of the finisher, being able to just cancel out of this. Yeah, like the problem with Space Marine 2, for example, there are some of the finishers, they like involve like in the beginning of the finisher, you cut the enemy's hand, for example. And then the finisher is not over, it like continues, it keeps going on, the animation keeps going on. How do you, if you decide to cancel after you cut out the hand, right? How the game is going to handle this? The enemy will be walking without a hand somehow now? Yeah, it's definitely, I think, is a very non-trivial way, or a non-trivial like problem to do the cancelable finishers. El problema, yeah.
Another horde of the greenskins are headed here from the south.
Yeah, I get that you can abort it in the monster leaves, but there's still like lots of problems that still arise like from other sides. Are you going to kneel? Why not kneeling, buddy? These guys are supposed to kneel to me. Ah, maybe you deserve to die, I don't know. Anyway, let's go.
Reinforce their position.
I like this one.
Yeah.
Aye, Lieutenant.
Hello, Mira.
Thank the Emperor. Second Lieutenant Mira, 203rd Cadian Regiment.
Captain Titus of the Ultramarines.
You are in command.
I'm all that's left, my lord. Unless my commanders rise from the grave. So far, they seem content to stay put.
Lieutenant, the scouts have returned to forward base.
How many?
2.
Damn. I sent out 10.
It's just what Nico says to people on the streets after kicking children.
We don't have the numbers to make an assault. And as you might have seen, it's shooting down all our support vessels.
That is why we are here. Leave the gun to us.
Come with me then. I should warn you, my lords. We've got a slight orc problem down here.
It's going to be I don't know. It sounds very heretical to say, but I love Mark Strong. I definitely prefer Titus, like Mark Strong as a Titus voice, than the Clive Standen in the second game. What's going on here? Oh, the Purity Seal.
Adeptus Astartes. Access authorized.
Fury unlocked. You get Fury every time you damage an enemy. Fury matters full. Yeah, it's basically like an ultimate ability.
Only that our troops were sent to guard the Titan Invictus at Manufactorum Ajacis. That was 2 weeks ago, and we've lost contact with them.
We need to reach that Titan.
Your fastest route is across the rail bridge behind the gun complex. It leads directly to the western gate of the Manufactorum.
Wow, none of the monitors are on, buddy. What are you doing? Pretending that you're working? Man, look at that cannon. Once again. But this is such a nice effect. The shockwave from the fire. He's praying to the machine spirit of the monitor.
Get me that field manual. Stuck on bloody Forge World and not a single tech priest in sight.
Oh yeah, speaking of tech priests, there is not a single Mechanicus in this game. I would argue the biggest flaw of this game, which thankfully was remedied by Space Marine 2. It's kind of funny how they acknowledge it with this jokish kind of theme. Also, very nice skybox. Big fan of that sun. Like right now, that was not a good time to finish that guy. I basically lost all my shield because of that. But that's also just, I think it's, I don't know, just like intuitively it feels pretty bad. You know, when you, in the midst of combat, when you see a guy that has like a very big and noticeable like purple effect with a UI like prompt appearing on top of it. And you know, if you press this button, you will see this beautiful, very satisfying animation of you just demolishing that orc. Like, how can you resist this call for violence, right? Like, trying to turn on your brains and think, oh my god, is it a good time to enjoy this beautiful animation? It's just such a, I think it's just like a very wrong mindset to approach a game like this, you know.
We need those damn medicals!
I'm also noticing that we are supposed to be on the Forge world. Inside of that, on the territory of this like industrial hub, but there are literally no mega structures apart from the cannon, I guess. I never noticed this, but yeah, that's probably, I imagine, because of the technical limitations, because there definitely should be spires everywhere around us that reach into the atmosphere. Also, these machines are such a cool way to like spawn enemies. I don't remember if they use it a lot for orcs, but it is, again, it's like very effective. Just this thingy getting out of the ground. Only meager structures, yeah. Okay, that's kind of, that was funny. This is how they decided to get rid of this guy, so we could take his heavy boulder. And yeah, pretty cool thing that you can, if you want, you can use this weapon as a turret, but you also can just like dismantle it and just run around with it. That's pretty nice.
The orcs hold the trenches beyond the battlements beyond that.
Oh,
And the gun back.
wait, I had
took it
ammo.
almost as soon as we got here.
Am I forced to lose the helicopter here? Through scripting somehow?
Can get past the gun.
Also, damn, the music is just keeps on going. Oh, another thingy to pick up.
Weapons authorization confirmed. Access granted.
Ah, the Stalker Bolter. The moment I said that, yeah, the moment I also said that, it's top. That was definitely a very good decision to constantly have the cannon in the background and like in direction that you go to.
Breach the gun battery. We haven't been able to make it inside the wall. There just aren't enough of us.
You have survived this long on your own, Lieutenant. You have done well. But you are no longer alone. We will retake the gun. You will get your reinforcements.
I'll hold you to that, Captain.
We're getting closer, you can actually see like the details on it.
Good luck. Citizens will be turned away from Medicaid facilities in sectors 29, 30, 34.
Bad blink timing animation, I got my nemesis. Oh yes, we are given the Stalker Bolter. I assume we're gonna get some range encounters, right? Yeah.
Orcs on the high ground.
Thank you, Leandros. Thank you for telling that. Wow, my aim is... Oh my god. Please ignore that aim. Trying to be useful. Oh, this guy's still alive. They're just hiding. This is kind of a funny moment. Because here you're supposed to go this way, actually. And they also show you the marker. But I've seen people... I've seen like a stream recently where the person who was playing in this area, they actually did not even read this ramp as a walkable geometry. And instead they saw these stairs, right? And just very intuitively, they saw that this is the way to go. And were very confused. Definitely a bit of a readability issues here. I wonder, it feels like they probably had some plans for this place to be like a next little exploration area, but then it was cut off for whatever reason, and then they just left the stairs as a... I guess a bunch of enemies spawned here, so it's like used as a sort of elevated platform for enemies to shoot from, but then the stairs still mislead you quite well. Yeah. I would not have read that as a walkable. Yeah, it's not good. This not very good at all. And also the fact that I cannot reach this area too. The Space Marines cannot climb or jump for that matter. Kind of funny how they actually have the stairs, like the proper stairs here, then they decided to block them off to just kind of make the player to walk around a little more. Yeah. Oh well. I don't understand how that wall fell or where it fell from. Like how it attaches to the top. Yeah, that's well, it's heavily bomb building, you know, it's yeah, now that I think about it, considering how just like utterly destroyed the walls and the roof is, right? It's kind of weird how like the benches are fine, how there is not a lot of rubble, like how this whole place is just so clean. But anyway, it's yeah. Imagine they oh some render issues. They had some tough technical limitations probably. The top is so clean, perfect, yeah. Bumped into that. Oh, okay. I forgot about this actually. The reason... Okay, yeah, this game has a very weird... I don't know why they did this. Maybe again there was some technical limitation that I had to deal with. But there are collectibles in this game. In the form of server skulls. That basically serve as audio logs that you can listen. I think that's the only like collectibles that you can find. It's like the only exploration reward, apart from like your resources like ammo and weapons. And so when you pick up a server skull, when you find the one server skull and interact with it, it disappears completely. And if you decide to replay the game, that server skull will not appear in the same spot. So I think a lot of the empty spaces that I'm kind of like being confused about, like why this is just an empty dead end, there's a good chance that there is actually a server skull. And because I picked it up in my previous playthrough, yeah, it's not here anymore. Very, very, very quirky. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there is a server skull, actually. Cute idea, so yeah, it is cute. It is quite cute that actually we have the same thing in Space Marine 2. Ah, didn't kill the guy. I like how they have a lot of these scenes where the orcs are just like they're running around in like in the background and like in these spaces that are not accessible to you. It's a very nice kind of like way to just to create this like feeling of like on the middle of like of invasion, right? There's constant stuff happening. There's always just someone just like running around in the distance. It's just Space Marine! Space Marine! Beautiful, beautiful cannon. I wonder if you got him, there would be one less orc in encounter later. Yeah, it would be kind of neat detail, little thingy that some players would notice.
Once we get through these battlements, we will use the breach.
For that guy, I think that guy's literally just like running as a yeah. It's just a decoration, basically. And yet, I still can snipe them. Also, another funny thing, I believe I can destroy these cannons. Oh, yeah, I can. And you know what? There is no point to do that. There is literally no, like, gameplay significance to destroying these cannons. You can just ignore them safely. Which again makes me feel like maybe they had some, like in the beginning, they had some sequences that feature you like destroying the cannons and the cannons shooting at you. and that was cut probably. But yeah, now it's just a funky thing that you can, probably most of the players will not even realize can be destroyed. Oh, look at that! Look at that guy! Oh well. I believe I can destroy this too. Yeah, and it's a different asset. Notice it's a different model. Also, another thing, and I am... So, environments in Space Marine 1, they do a good job at delivering the sense of scale, especially like at this, considering the technical limitations. But the environment art overall definitely suffers from being a bit monotonous and a bit lacking in color. It's what you're seeing right now is like yeah, it's just brown. It's brown. I think like 2/3 of the game is brown. Actually, probably even more than 2/3 of the game. Yeah, it's just one continuous brown industrial kind of setting. And it's a bit of a shame that you can see there are these glimpses of orc architecture. I think the architecture may be a bit of a overstatement, but you can see those little glimpses of the structures that they erect. And you notice that they use a very heavily used red, and they have like their structures have like a distinct look to them, and it's just a bit of a shame that there is not a lot of like the environments, the orcish environments are like very scarcely present. So they don't really like develop a distinct separate setting, which is like orc environment. It should be very nice, but yeah, kinda did not really push it. You call this brown? This is nothing on Hrot. Yeah, Hrot definitely pushed the brown, the use of brown to the next level. True. Also, I really like how the orcs, they love the checkers. Notice? They're like the black and white or red and white. They really like checkers. The checkers are for the Goth orcs specifically? Goth orcs? Oh my lore knowledge is lacking. I actually don't know who the Goth orcs are. I thought they were like universal feature, but I guess not. Oh, I know what's coming.
Look at these cables.
They must be powering orc contraptions across the battlefield.
Oh yes, it is time for the jump up.
Assault support pods were dropped in this area.
Look at that. The jumper unlocked.
Take to the high ground, Captain. We will deal with the orcs down here.
Jump pack. Oh. He looks so goofy when he in a free fall kind of. Very big chunk of his jump pack. The Govs are Gaskell Strakus clan. Oh. This name is familiar. Is it not the Dawn of War orcs? Or maybe I'm thinking about a different one. Also, I think in this section they introduce new enemies. Yeah, these guys. These rocket launchers. And I like a lot how the rocket launchers are very kind of unpredictable. Very in style. Probably they are the ones you see everywhere. Ah, I see. So they're Ultramarines of the Orc faction, basically. Are you going to... Buddy. Wait, am I not dealing damage to him with my stun attack? Yeah, that was a problem, okay. Exactly, okay, I see. I like this particular line they say sometimes. Again! Hit me again! And you shoot them again and they die. It's like one of my favorite situations when they happen. Like, look at that! This is so funky. Look at that. Look at this goofy skull. Adorable, right? Yeah, the jumper definitely feels a bit awkward to control, especially again after Space Marine jump pack. But it feels very satisfying to use. The ground pound, when you like obliterate everyone on the landing, when you land, it's just feels very good. I always understand Spice Marines. Yeah, yes, that's true. I think a lot of people also understand it. Hear this with Spice Marine, Spice Marine, Spice Marine, Spice Marine. Other clans you might have heard are the Bad Moons, the Evil Sons, and Snakebite. Yeah, those sound familiar. Wait. Okay. I think one problem that I'm noticing with well, problem is a big word and probably not the correct one, but if you played Doom Eternal, you probably remember how the distance, the snapping distance to the enemies that you like perform the glory kills on, it's very generous. It's very big. You can perform a glory kill from a big distance on enemies in that game. And the similar is true for Space Marine 2, actually. It's like, I don't know exactly that distance, but it's pretty big. And here, they actually, I'm noticing that the first game, they're kind of chosen a more honest approach, that if you want to perform a finisher, you need to get very close. You need to get very close to the enemy, and only then the Titans will perform it. While I'm very used to Space Marine 2, obviously, because I'm playing that game a lot. I played the game a lot, and I'm very used to like my character like snapping to the enemy from like several meters. There's a rune in Doom that gives you even more glory kill range. Oh. Really? Oh, I don't remember that. Do you really need more range for that? But I guess some people want even more range. Oh wait, actually I never noticed. But
No room for that jump pack, Captain. That rock delivered the orcs right into the gun fortress.
Oh, this is so awkward. Like the trigger for removing the jump pack. I've seen people. It's like very awkward. I don't like the way they do it. I kind of wish there was like a more strict gate. But I've seen people accidentally just like jump straight into the spot because this is like where the enemies spawn or like run from. And so some players would jump straight to that spot and get their jump pack deactivated. And they would just continue this whole like the rest of the combat sequence without the jump pack. Very like frustrating and confusing. Yeah, that's definitely not the best way to do it. Very questionable trigger. I used to use it. There's a difference between being able to do the glory kill or not. I mean, yeah, I can imagine that it's considering that in Eternal you are invincible, right? During the glory kills, it's kind of it's pretty helpful having the big range. So yeah, I believe we're inside of the meteorite, like a meteorite ship that the orcs use for traveling through space. Look at these guys. Look at them. Ah, they're happy. Little footballs. By the way, very unique environment. You don't see a lot of that. We don't see a lot of other meteorites. Very, I mean, it's like pretty dark, kind of not as much of a brownish, more of a grayish environment. But you know, I'll take it. It is not brown, yes. And the shapes are different. I wonder how hard it was to make this basically a cave, right? Like your cavern kind of environment. And now we are back to the industrial setting, unfortunately. Very demure. Is demure like the last TikTok thing? Is like the newest TikTok thing? Yes, I see. No combat in the game. Yeah, no combat, right? I think no combat partially to the fact that the surfaces are pretty uneven, right? Because it's like a rocky environment. Actually, no, I think the floor was relatively flat, right? In the game space. Well, I guess they probably also just kind of give you some time to rest, like for the pacing purposes, after that jump back sequence. But it's like over 1 week old. Soon it will be forgotten. Oh well. I do like that word, so it's very kind of it sounds nice, right? Demure. I believe there's probably a server skull here. That looks like a very explicit like exploration pocket.
This fortress is swarming with orcs. Clearing this place will take days.
Those guardsmen cannot survive that long. We find a way to destroy the gun.
Look at them. Look at these guys running around. You can kind of, you don't see them well, but whatever. Because I would 1000% expect a cute, scared Techris hiding here. But I wish. Oh hey, that's a... Yeah, the Vengeance Launcher.
A Vengeance Launcher. That sounds promising.
So, the Vengeance Launcher is kind of funny because I believe it is a Space Marine unique weapon. They literally made a new weapon for this game and they like turned it into canon. Remember the bolt gun has Vengeance Launcher, but that's like just it's like lore wise I believe it's like only Graia. Only this weapon was developed only on Graia, and it's not used anywhere outside of that. Yeah, very, very, just kind of shocking. Like, how did they manage to convince Games Workshop to accept their addition and make it like canon? Yeah, it's very hard to imagine right now. Also, this weapon kind of sucks. I don't like it. I don't like how the way it feels. Look at that. Yeah, you have to detonate those thingies after they attach to the environment. That is kind of satisfying thing. I think it's kind of just, for me it's always a bit awkward to aim with this weapon and making sure that it's attaches to the right enemy, to the right spot.
Sure to be something useful.
It's a bit unconventional, even in the context of your video game sort of weaponry, video game grenade launchers.
Captain, melter charges.
Put those in the right place, and this whole fortress will come down.
I could put
I like how
charge on one of the gun's shells.
Leandros, you do the chapter proud.
You make us proud, Leandros. Don't let anyone say otherwise. Yeah, look at that. Look how they put this one melter charge in the middle of this giant table, I guess. And again, look at how big this table is. It's big even for Space Marines. Look at that. Imagine how hard for humans to get on this. You need to climb its table as a human in order to get to this melter charge. Leandros, do you hear? Okay.
Remember that we honor the machine for life.
It might be a big table. Excuse me? Excuse me? What is that supposed to mean? Oh my god. Oh. Hello, guys. A wrong stop.
Shell storage is below.
Access restricted to upper decks.
Another thing you might notice that there is not a lot of banter between our characters. And it's definitely, again, one of the other sort of flaws you can argue of this game, that considering that it's an action game, right? And so there is not a lot of opportunity to sort of like show and develop like relationships between these guys. The fact that they barely talk, and when they talk, they usually talk about like objective related topics. It's definitely a bit of a shame, how bit of a miss on the characterizations that they could do, unfortunately.
They're not about to run short of ammunition.
Another interesting thing about Space Marine, I might be wrong about this, but whenever I look at any sort of models, I don't recognize any of them as like miniature based. Like even this container, remember the container from Boltgun that is based on the real miniature? It's not the same container. Like, I mean, the shape is very similar, but it's a different asset. And I believe, again, I don't really remember any miniature based assets, which is kind of interesting. I don't know, a sign of a different era of like Warhammer 40k game sort of development. Because if you look at any recent Warhammer games, they are all just filled with miniature-based assets. The Rogue Trader, the Bolt Gun, Mechanicus, I believe, too. Obviously, Space Marine 2. Ah, Squig! Hello. Stalker Bolter. Oh my god. Please, okay. Also, I like how that Squig tried to flank us. Also, look at these guys. Get the boss! You're not gonna be your boss. No, there's more running. I just realized Nurgle has Nurglings as a cute enemy, orcs have Squigs, but there are no cute silly little Tyranids. I mean, I think you can consider Gaunts as a bit silly. Not as silly as Nurglings. Yeah. Not as silly as Squigs. They're still they're a bit funky, you know. They always have this kind of happy face. And also we have for Gaunts, for like Hormagaunts. I mean, everything is approved by Games Workshop that we do, so... They have, like, one of the running animations they have is, like, like a bunny hopping, you know, they do like these bunny hops, and it looks very cute. I love when they do this. I'm looking forward to showing you that animation very well. Yeah. Oh, that's I don't know what they're actually called. I'm not sure if they're called berserkers. They can get quite angry.
Captain, we need to get the shell into that loader.
There. I will place the charge on that shell. Now to move the shell into place.
Gosh, look at that strong man.
Sir Jonas, we follow the shell up and make sure it reaches its destination.
Aye. Now back to the lift.
Back to the... okay. Also, I really like to imagine how... Probably Gretchens, not orcs. I imagine orcs would force Gretchens to do all decoration, all the attachment of these. I don't even know what you call it, like painted pieces of metal to the walls. Cannon, yeah. It's very. It's very fun to speculate how orcs actually decorate these their environments that they capture. Because it's not just like this boring like chaos corruption or like, right, or like tyranid corruption. No. It's the orcs actually have to decorate everything. Oh, hi. Let's forget to use grenades. I want to parry this guy so much, like block his hits at least. And also, I've seen a bunch of, I've seen a lot of previews of that like preview build that we gave to different media outlets and like influencers, YouTubers, whatever. And I've seen that some people really, I don't know what that is. Probably just lack of tutorialization, because we don't actually provide a tutorial level in the preview build. But I've seen quite a few people just to be very avert to using blocks and parries in our game, and just constantly rolling as a defensive option, and that was so painful to watch. And the fact that this is like the only thing you can do in Space Marine is quite, yeah, it definitely one of the things that feels pretty bad.
This is not
What? That was not orc. Orc. That was something different. No, that's my French accent is revealing itself. Sorry. French orc. We are orcs. We're orcs. Fuck. Actually, the French word for the war is so I don't know how you pronounce it. So close, kind of close. Oh, I like this area. The stack of like the way they make it, it's kind of like not really a labyrinth. I believe this area is still pretty linear, but like the sense of enclosure rather, that they make with the stacks of containers are very nice. Look. Okay, you know what? Yeah, that's... I'm going to retreat. God, this is... Oh my god. The fact that this guy can shoot me through this gap is unpleasant. Hello, honks.
Secondary lift.
Oh, hey, we reached the second floor of this area. Remember this place? Oh, look at this. Look at this big and empty room. Different era of environment art. I'm gonna say something, guys. You wanna talk about something? No? Okay. No, we're good. Good to know. Good to know. Astartes Ultra. It's funny how they call Ultramarines this way, because I don't remember any like mentions of Ultramarines as Astartes Ultra, Astartes Mid. I can't disagree with that. Marksman mode. Yeah, the marksman mode is just a slow-mo, I believe, when I activate Fury mode. I do like how they introduce new weapons and new like upgrades There's this very opulent, I don't even know what this is, like chamber, capsule, whatever, that even features these like small gothic features. Beautiful, very beautiful. Definitely elevates the moment.
Firing sequence in progress.
Space Marine!
I think they're were they hitting the bomb with their axes? That was adorable.
There's our shell. The orcs have pulled it out of sequence.
Then we put it back. Leandros, get the shell into that loader. I will cover
Firing now.
Look at Leandros being useful. Just let them have this Forge world and cute. I kind of like this encounter with you basically kind of not really forced, because you can use this cover, for example, this container as a cover, but I think a lot of people would try to use like this shell as a cover. It's kind of funny considering that this is a bomb, so you're literally hiding behind a bomb, which is maybe not the best idea. Oh my god, oh. I hear more squigs. Oh, that's a big guy. Hi. Hi.
Hold the line.
That was a mistake. Well, probably. Maybe. I think I'm okay. Literally abandoned Leandros. Look at him just standing there. wait a second. What is he doing? Leandros? Leandros, why are you just standing there? He's doing his best. Now, I'll be honest, I'm not a particular fan of the sniper. Oh god, these guys.
We'd be better off seeing this fortress detonate from the outside.
Poor cannon. Yeah. Well, now we have our next landmark, this gorgeous bridge.
The guardsmen will get their supplies.
Finally, some mega structures in sight. They can have Titans as a treat.
Captain Titus, you are a man of your word, my lord. Thank you.
What is your situation, Lieutenant?
We're gathering our wounded and are heading to the Andres habitation block to establish an outpost. With the cannon down, our support support craft will land there.
Very well. My battle brothers and I must secure any operational Warlord-class Titans before the Orcs can loot them.
Good luck.
This is such a picturesque skybox. Like, look at that. Oh. Wait, what? Leandros. Really? He sounds so posh. This is a very good skybox. He didn't even register as a strat, pretty much. And I'm not even sure where he came from. I like that you can see and observe these guys just like walk around sort of mindlessly. There are a lot of moments when the game like gives you like a vantage point that allows you like to observe the environment and kind of plan. Well, plan is a big word for this game. Then run. Ignore the misses. I don't like them running away from us. Makes me feel big and important and dangerous. This is actually very funny. Because if you look at the space, that looks like arena, right? That looks like a combat space. But actually when you get to this area, all the orcs are just to run away from you. So it's honestly very kind of a nice little designer joke. Yeah, there's actually no combat here. All the guys are just run away from you. And it makes sense. You can do this. You can do this with orcs, right? Because orcs are goofy and silly. Like you wouldn't be able to do this sequence with Tyranids. It's just like, wait, why Tyranids are running? Yeah. Oh well. Oh my, the game is teasing us. Okay.
Now that bridge is a testament to the might of the Imperium.
The Adeptus Mechanicus are masterful architects.
Their work outlived all of them.
Oh yes. Let me get an ammo. Or grenades, I guess, or whatever. Good point, Dijkstra.
What in goodness name is that? Did the Lieutenant not say these tracks went to the complex housing the Titans?
That thing is a battering ram.
Look at them having fun. They're literally fighting each other. That's adorable. Lieutenant. Just three battle brothers appreciating architecture together. British attack. Yeah, it is kind of, it's kind of, I don't know, the correct way to pronounce lieutenant in when it comes to Space Marines. In Space Marine 2, it's also lieutenant. Look at them! Look at them go! Grenade. Gets sent into fucking back rooms. It's very funky how the finishers very like frequently just break when you like perform them near walls or like uneven surfaces. It's pretty common that this thing kind of falls apart a little bit. Yeah, the Games Workshop are British, yeah. God, I'm sorry for my aim! I know... I blame the sensitivity, but I'm not going to fix it. So why am I using the Stalker Bolter? Like, look at that. That's good sense of scale. I like that. And so you can see that it's literally just an image. That's okay. Shoot me again! Wing. That's a funky container. Look at these guys posing
Time to
for
impact.
the camera.
No more than 6 minutes.
Time enough.
Alright, that's a train level.
Stop the Space Marines!
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Sometimes it seems like you do deal damage with your stun attack, but others, and other times it just doesn't do anything for some reason. Oh, that's a big knob. Time to roll around like a big cat? I don't know. Oh.
Space Marine!
His last words. Space Marine! Oh, I like the smoke effect. They would like scare it like with the wind. That's very nice.
These trains have pointed guns. There'll be a heavy weapon ahead. Forward then.
Cover me while I get to that weapon.
I'm surprised that they don't have like a turret sequence here with an enemy like shooting at you. I guess orcs do not like, what is it, plasma turrets? But yeah, time for the boss fight. It is a helicopter boss fight. Very, very characteristic of this era. Is the boss. Is the boss fight. Holy shit, I missed everything. Yeah, it's not particularly good encounter. It's kind of awkward to run around and hide. And it's not particularly challenging too. I don't remember if they spawn like additional enemies on you. Oh. Oh, it's over. Look at that. Awkward. 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 Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Hee hee hee. Ho ho ho. Ha ha ha. Hee hee. Ho ho. Honestly, calling it, people call it boss fight, but I'm not even sure if it qualifies as a boss fight. It's more like I don't know, just more of a gimmick fight. Run, blue potato man.
Manufactorum still holds. Some Imperial Guard units made it here after all.
They cannot hold for long. We must hurry.
Okay, that's Latham. That like door thing, yes. Like, look at that. Yeah, that's like they do a very good job considering the technical limitations. Right, with delivering the scale, you can see how low res it is, right? But still, I think it works very well. Also, I like even the background structures, the way they're like hidden behind the fog. Very nice. The enormous crane that is like broken. Ah, very good, very good. Hmm. And also very nice UV effects. Again, they seems like they're very limited, but they do their job with creating like the feeling of the siege of the war, right? Especially like at that time, again, at 2011. There should be a button to give Leander that. He definitely needs them. It would improve their relationship immensely. Especially in the second half of the game, when it starts becoming a little bit toxic. Servo-skull. Look at that, Servo-skull.
What is that Servo-skull doing?
Trying to deliver a message. Must be damaged. The seal of the Inquisition.
Hello, hello.
Interesting.
Bonjour, acquisition.
What is the Inquisition?
that I don't know what was that, but
We're
yeah.
about to find out.
This is Inquisitor Drogon. I need
Inquisitor Drogon?
manufacturer of the jackets. They're after the experimental device. The device is safe for the time being. I draw them off. But now I'm trapped. If I die,
He's a piece of... I like that this is your first reaction.
he'll be unstoppable.
Never trust the Inquisition.
Needed more time. I was nearly ready.
Also Inquisition mentioned. Yeah.
An experimental weapon.
We need to find the Inquisitor before the Orcs do. Keep moving. Remain alert.
Mm. Is he the dumbest from the end of the No, not from the end. He gets the dumbest from the end of the game might be referring to the Andros actually, but we will get there. We'll get there. But you actually, well, your reaction is still on spot on. The Inquisition, the Dragon Age reference, before the... Oh, that's a nice Steam effect. I like that. Actually, it's kind of misplaced, I think. Oh, it's because it's like a Oh, okay, whatever. Inquisition 2.
Serve the
It's still the
machine by
cipher.
joining corpse removal crews at your designated evacuation.
Honestly, I really like the lighting in this area. Very, very moody.
Captain, look! The Orcs must be operating that crane.
They will not stop until they break through that gate.
We must disable that crane.
Look at that! Look at the scale of that thing, and it's dynamic. I googled the Inquisitor, and he's actually kind of cute. Really? You think he's kind? Oh wow! 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 Okay, all right. I mean, I can kind of see it. I personally not a big fan of his haircut. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. Okay, somehow I did not get killed there. God, these guys look so goofy, flying around. Now they're just running away from us. smart decision. Oh my god, how did I miss the service call? What the fuck?
Personal message cache. Guardsman Alexander. Today was a good day. Clearing a foundry of orcs and heard a banging from inside the furnace. It's a good thing I didn't throw a grenade inside because it was full of civilians. Starving, scared, some no more than kids. But still alive. Cheered everyone up to see him. Gives us something worth fighting for, you know. And we just gotta keep the orcs away from him.
Looks like Titus with different hair in this song. Just God, I need to look at him. I need to look at him once again. Hi guys. Space Marines. Oh, that's a mob. Time to roll around. And the unfortunate thing about these knobs, and it's also just like, they don't have anything to counter the backpedaling. Like, they can't block you shooting them, or like try to charge at you, like try to... They don't have any like way to quickly close the distance between you and them. Like in Space Marine 2, for example, the melee-oriented Tyranid warriors, if you start shooting at them from the distance, they'll take the so-called the block stance, you know, which looks kind of silly actually, but you can't shoot them through this. And so they're like, we have like different ways of handling the player just like trying to shoot their way from the distance. And Space Marine doesn't really handle it that well, unfortunately.
Do not abandon your work.
Space Marines! Orc attack!
The control room.
Forward! Clear out the orcs.
Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Let me just retreat. Like, look at that idiot. No! Oh, sorry.
Even a single shot will blast right through the gates.
We cannot allow that.
Now that I thought about this, backrooms can exist in the Warhammer universe, right? Easily. There can be myriads of backrooms actually in Warhammer setting. So me sending them through the geometry into oblivion and thinking that I'm sending them to the backrooms is actually kind of lore friendly, lore accurate. Look at that. Look at that. I kind of wish they would just like remove this part, this geometry, so you could actually see better without any obstruction. I don't know.
Number 2 control deck, do you read?
This is Captain Titus of the Ultramarines. Identify yourself.
This is Corporal Antioch, sir. That is, my lord.
I need access to the Manufactorum, Corporal.
There is a service lift in the hangar directly below where you drop the cargo, my lord. We can meet you there.
Stand ready. We will be there shortly. Titus out.
Oh my god, is it a yellow paint?
A handful of guardsmen holding that huge gate. They cannot last long.
We did manage to bring the access bridge down, robbing the orcs of their advantage of numbers.
True, Leandros. Very true.
Kill the Space Marines! Show me again!
Oh, hello, Squeaks! Oh. Ow. 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 Wow. Wait, I can actually backtrack. Hold up. Okay. Let's just do that. Squeak to death. Almost to death. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these range enemies. They are basically hit scanners, and it's because there is no cover system in Space Marine. You are in any sort of encounter where there are multiple of these guys and they're kind of scattered across the space. You are basically bound to take a chip damage from them in one way or another, and that just never feels good. So,
Space Marines! Space Marines!
any fights that feature them in prominent quantities becomes a bit too hectic, a bit too kind of you lose a bit of a sense of of control. Because you will take the damage one way or another, and at times it also just pushes you into this very unpleasant kind of cowardly backpedaling kind of way of playing when you just retreat behind the safest cover and take shots at these guys. Range combat is definitely the weakest part of Space Marine, and the enemy design unfortunately doesn't help. Get them, boss! Yeah, they have very adorable voices. Why you? Do we just run away from you sometimes? I love it. It's also you can notice that a lot of combat spaces they feature heavily these crates that they look a lot like cover, right? They just they scream to you, oh yes, this is a third-person shooter, and I can get behind that crate and shoot enemies behind it. So that also kind of makes me curious if it's like a remnant of some earlier iterations that had of combat where maybe they would actually try to implement some kind of cover system. Because these crates are kind of useless, right? You can't really use them as covers, actually. They don't work this way. So they kind of just like, they just fill the space and just kind of get in your way. The space does look less empty and boring. I mean, yeah, it is true. It is true that they at least serve this kind of function, yeah, that they help to fill the space with details. And it just looks like it looks appropriate, right? Because it's kind of like a universal asset in this regard, right? Because it fits everywhere because it's industrial setting. So in this sense, it has like a purpose, I guess, yeah. But it definitely has these like these cases when you have these like little gaps in between that are a bit awkward. And also bumping into them is quite uncomfortable and unpleasant. Yeah. 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 Oh god, this crane looks like some kind of creature. I like it. Like the bugs from the Star Troopers or something. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful.
The lift is this way.
Oh my god, we have colored lighting. We have red and blue and kind of more purplish, I guess. Wow. What is going on?
Corporal Antioch, we are in position.
Excellent, Captain. I'm sending the lift up now.
Okay, let's see what we have here. What kind of gift? Oh yes, the power axe. Nice.
Orcs! An entire horde!
Antioch, hold the lift. We have orcs inbound.
Space Marine! I've seen people, like on one of the streams that I saw, the person who was playing compared Titus, like this animation of him using the... Okay, sorry, I actually have to lock in for a moment. Of using the power axe. This move, the last move. They called Titus ballerina because of this, the ballerina Titus, and he's kind of a ballerina, right? It's so like kind of like a performative. This the way he attacks. Also, okay, I need to lock in. I need to fucking lock in. God, I hate these fucking guys. These fuckers. Oh, did you see that? That guy just teleported. Wow. The orc magic. I also have two knobs. That's okay. Plenty of space to run away from these guys. Ow. Ow. Sorry, Sedonis, not right now. Ooh, okay, that was Alright. That hammer slays.
Yes, my lord.
We have word that
it is pretty good.
in the Manufactorum.
Yes, Lord Drogon. We have not seen him for several days.
And it is a power
Has the
weapon,
Liberation fleet arrived, my lord?
which means
The
it's
fleet is still en route, Corporal.
it's very
the
shiny.
Ultramarines are here as a vanguard to cripple the enemy and secure the most valuable assets.
I see.
But the facility and its titans remain secure.
All I can say for certain is that no orc has breached this gate, my lord.
Contact Lieutenant Mira. Her unit is establishing a bastion in Hab Center Andres, and your support craft now have a viable approach from orbit.
What of the Colonel and his staff?
They did not survive.
Bye-bye. It was nice seeing you. You make a structure with a giant skull.
Here we are, my lord.
My thanks, Corporal.
Oi, keep that muzzle clean, guardsman.
Oi. Do you feel like at home, a zombie? Oh, this is a nice sequence. This corridor. This cathedral space. Oish, boys, marine! Like, this is very good.
Last, a place the orcs have not stained.
For now, I doubt even dropping that cannon on them will convince orcs to back away.
Also chains.
Indeed.
I like the
Let's find this
chains.
Inquisitor and the Titan Invictus.
Right? It is slaying, right? Hmm.
Be not concerned with events beyond these walls. Work, focus,
So the turrets
meet your quota.
targeting us. Quite ominous.
Gains high favor from the machine god.
Not enough candles. I mean, they were on a budget, so it is forgivable. But yeah, there definitely should be more candles. Hello, Skull. Oh, I can shoot actually. Okay. Manufactorum
Titan
Ajaxus.
Invictus seems undamaged at least.
Titan
Hello,
Invictus seems unused.
big, boxy, stupid robot.
It takes hundreds to
God,
get a war
these
Titan
guys look goofy.
operational. Without them, it sits idle.
The Chungus. Yes. Chungus class Titan. That's him. Strategic value absolute, by the way. Oh wait, that's like a new asset, right?
Captain, this is an August life science.
They used the service cost before.
There, a lone human.
Identity confirmed. Drogon.
Also, look at that guy. Look at that servitor.
The Manufactorum.
I like that
Read
servitor.
alien signals throughout the facility, and alert large number converging on the Inquisitor's location.
Also, I'm sorry, but these levers look so silly. Just look at his sticks. I imagine it's very fun to operate this machinery. Whoever works here, I kind of like him. We must protect him. By the way, Cherubel is strong enough to destroy a Titan in a few seconds. Of course he is. But we will protect the Chungus. Don't worry about that. We will do that. Oh, these guys are so shy. It's like one thing that we did very like consciously, and I mean it was not particularly caused by the Space Marine, more like it was just a continuation of how we did it from World War Z. But almost every like period of peace and rest, we feel with dialogues. The characters are constantly talking when there is no action. And it's like it's very noticeable how they don't do that here.
Please rectify.
Hello? Hello? One of the biggest and strongest weapons Imperium has in its arsenal. Sorry, I have to stop.
Do not abandon your workstation. Everything is under control.
Any secrets? Just ammo. Just ammo. Is it time to see the cute Inquisitor? Who knows? Who knows?
Leandros, can you use this panel to contact our other forces?
Not directly, but I can boost Vox range.
Do it.
Access authorized. Ultramarines chapter.
Here, Captain.
Ultramarines, this is Captain Titus. Are you receiving?
Captain, this is Sergeant Midas. Squad Solidus is on the ground and making for our objective.
New orders, Midas. We are at Manufactorum Ajakis and have located the Titan Invictus. I need Solinus to come secure the Invictus while I divert to a priority alarm.
On our way, Captain. Midas out.
It's also very funny, by the way, how... Reminder, Titus is a captain in this game. He's the captain of the second company, which means he has like, how many hundreds of Space Marines under his command? And we barely see them. We barely see them, we like see just a little bit of them at the toward the end of the game, like in one encounter, I believe. But apart from that, that's just 3 of us. Yeah, 100, right? Each company has like 100. And Chopper has 1,000. But yeah, it's just, it's kind of goofy how the captain of the whole company is just doing all of this work. These are 2 other Space Marines. I like this interaction, because to me it implies Leandros can use computers better than Titus. Boomer is confirmed. Honestly, yes. Honestly, yeah. This is the correct reading of these scenes. God, because it's flickering with the green light, it looks like I can interact with it, but I cannot. Yeah, that was a weird decision to have. Yeah, because it's also kind of clashed with this canon, right? Because like for a pretty long time there were like questions about canon sort of contradictions of Titus being a captain, because well, wasn't like the fucking Kato Sicarius, wasn't he the captain? Was it like the other guy before him the captain? So the timelines were a bit goofy, but they managed to fucking get him somehow. So yeah, Titus is a canon, by the way. It is the only reading, yes, I agree. Zoomer Leandros and Boomer Titus. My mental image of Kato Sicarius like he's a cat. I actually don't. I haven't read any sort of like book, like I don't know, even watched like videos about him. So I don't even know what kind of character he has. Maybe he's a cat. I mean, I know that he looks goofy. He's like, he has armor, fucking the helmet that has this fucking God, what do you call it? The brush for dusting for cleaning the dust or whatever. He's grumpy, bit of an ass.
The orcs are in the pipes.
Look at them. Ah, these guys are so goofy. Look at them. Come on, you can do this. Don't be afraid. Okay. All right. Happens to the best of us. I love these scenes. These scenes are the best. These guys. Oh no, sorry. They actually noticed us. I wonder how enemies navigate environments in this game. Is it era of Nowmesh? Do they have Nowmesh technology at the 2011? Actually, don't remember what engine they use. I think it's like a custom engine that Sega has, right? Or had rather, or rather not Sega, Relic. Oh, I like the glowing effect. Nowmesh has been around a long time. Yeah, it didn't look like they were confined to the Nowmesh, yeah. So that's why I was curious, the way they were moving. Also, I imagine it would be a real pain in the ass to set up a Nowmesh on these pipes.
Inquisitor, Ordo Xenos.
Repeat authorization.
Drogon, prepare the power source for immediate release.
One moment.
Master, disregard all safety protocols and...
Speak clearly. Repeat authorization.
Struggling with Siri.
Inquisitor Drogon?
I am Drogon. And you are...
Hello.
Captain Titus.
Hello.
The Ultramarines. We received your distress call, but you seem to have weathered the enemy's attack.
Wait.
I am soldier.
Wait, he
and
does look like a Titus. You're right. He looks very similar to Titus. Damn. Wow.
He's running the entire manufactorum.
This
from
is
the
so
generator.
funny.
This device is a fuel source, not a weapon.
It is a complex device and an unstable one. If the Orcs find it, they'll try
Damn.
and take it apart.
Yeah, it feels like it's like a same model but like
Destroy
edited.
the entire planet.
Then we must move it to safety.
And for that, Captain, I need your aid. This way.
You are wounded, Inquisitor Drogon.
I'm a psyker. My psychic abilities are controlling the bleeding.
Very well.
He's big. He is kind of big. He's definitely bigger than normal human. I don't know why, because he's like in his weird power armor or something. He's huge, yeah. Wow, I like his his mechanical arm. Cool drip. Power armor confirmed to contain high heels. Honestly, he kind of looks like his head looks kind of small, right? In comparison to his power armor, he does kind of feel like a kid or something in a like adult clothes or something. Yeah, it's the more you look at him, the weirder it gets. But yeah. I like overall. I like the design of his drip. I will defend him.
Xenos life force detected.
Hello, Grimskull.
You trying to steal my Titans? Steal my loot? I'll rip your guts right out of your throat!
I like how he thinks of the Titan as his already. He's not stealing the Titan, it's his already. Look at that. Look at that explosion. Also big cogs. I don't remember it's the first big cog we see. Oh, ow.
Space Marines!
Has a scent for us now. Damnable creature! Had he not blundered onto this world?
But he did, Drogon.
What do we have next?
Space Marine recognized. Full access granted.
Plasma pistol.
There. We must get to that lift.
Oh, hey.
Boys want to give you a proper greeting.
It's so funny that if I remember correctly, the Psyker orcs I called weird boys. Oh, got stuck in the wall for a second. Literal weirdos. So I don't remember how you're supposed to fight these shield folks. Do I just like stand them? I didn't mean to do that. Sork. So I guess the shield orc is basically like one of the ways they use to sort of address.
How much deeper does this facility go? The Manufactorum? Far deeper. The whole generator room is actually suspended above a venting shaft.
Suspended?
Yes. In case of catastrophic overload, the whole room can be shunted away into the depths.
Very cool. So yeah, it's kind of like, I guess, one of the ways they address like the potential problem.
We are. Colder than a spaceman's smile in here.
I like that line. That's very cute.
A byproduct of the device's functioning.
Of player just playing safe constantly and just shooting everything from a distance, right? Why does he just sound evil? I don't know, because it's Inquisition, you know? Inquisition inherently sounds suspicious, right? Also, I like this. If you know the lore, you can already guess that there is some warp shenanigans at place. Because if you remember, the warp lowers the temperature. So here it is cold. Is he Chaos Corrupted? Who knows? Also, it's just a very nice like excuse for introducing a different, like visually different environment, right? It's not a lot, but I will take it. I'll take the snow. Look at this.
Captain Titus, proceed into the main chamber. We need only obtain the power source at the core of the generator. I will initiate decoupling from a control console.
Understood. Brothers, guard the access points.
I have engaged the decoupling sequence, Captain. You must keep the chamber secure until the power source is exposed.
Identity confirmed.
Oh, he's skimming something.
Ordo Xenon.
I mean, he's an Inquisitor. Inquisitors always skim something.
enemy shield is open, Captain. Head into the central chamber.
Alarm. Xenos detected.
Hello, weirdo. I don't think I can hear it.
The war boss.
Space Marine!
Space Marine!
Hold back the greenskins, Captain. The power source will be free of the generator shortly.
Very nice that in the Fury mode you can instantly finish any enemy, it seems. So you can use it like sort of tactically against tougher enemies. It also kind of trivializes the threat of tougher enemies, so I feel like it might be a bit too powerful. Oh, I have to press on the button. I didn't even notice. Oh. The sparky thing.
Orc will kill us all. Grab it, Captain. Force the power source into its canister. Quickly!
Ah, the flashbang. Cute potato.
Sidonus, Leandros, respond.
Captain, the Inquisitor insisted you could not have survived.
Well, I did, and I have his precious power source.
We set a rendezvous in Hab Center Andris.
Sweet potato.
These tunnels will spit us out there eventually.
Fine. Continue heading toward the Hab Center.
Oh, by the way, how do you call this type of potato that is like literally sweet, right? It's like sweeter than the normal potato. Like in Russian you would call it batat. I wonder. Subkartoffel? Subkartoffel? Sweet potato. Oh, it's... Suskartoffel. Suskartoffel? Saskartoffel. Saskartoffel. Oh my god, Sussikartoffel? Saskartoffel. Sussi potato. Emogus. Sas. Wait, is kartoffel... Wait, in Russian, by the way, potato is kartoffel. Is it... Does it come from Germany? Is it a German word? Kartoffel. Yes? Oh, okay. I don't think we covered it on our German loanwords exploration stream. I don't remember it. By the way, zero level. The classic. The sewers. Of course. It is relatively short, if I remember correctly. Also, you get jump scared by the Gretchens. Adorable. Oh, it comes from Italian. Kartoffel. Sasskartoffel. Unfortunately, it's not particularly notable sewer level, just a series of corridors. Okay, well, okay, I'm wrong. This area is actually very good. I'm surprised they did not hit me that hard. Look at them. Look at them getting out of the... Well, this guy is kind of struggling to get out of the pipe. You don't want to do that, right? Yeah. Oh, he actually managed to do this. I like the noises they make. When you like actually have like an opportunity to listen to one orc who got stuck in a pipe. Space Marines to kill. Ah, he got out. Unfortunately. It's also just kind of funny how, if I noticed correctly, these pipes spawn only like 2 orcs. So they have like this very expensive kind of event with explosion and effects, and I imagine like also you need to change the geometry, right, from the normal pipe to destroyed pipe. All of this work, and also you need to make sure that you need to do all the scripting for orcs to actually to get out of the pipe, right, to spawn 2 orcs. And the majority of orcs, I think, like they just like spawn from more like conventional and like easier monster closets. Very funky. And also, all of this work to spawn 2 orcs, and one of them, it seems very frequently, gets stuck. So, yeah.
Kill them Space Marines!
No! Oh! Okay. Okay, we're fine. I can regenerate shield. Not a problem. But that is cute. That was a cute jump scare. It's kind of funny how they say more humans to kill, but I think orcs understand that Space Marines are not humans, right? I go away for 1 second and I miss jump scare. Not just a jump scare, a squeak jump scare. I've seen this area before. Oh no, sorry, I was wrong. They actually spawn more enemies. More than 2. I take everything every critique I had about that event, I take it back. Well, that was not a critique really, just some observations. Oh, there's a mob! Oh, that was a mistake! Wow, that was a mistake. Oh. And that's a new one. Where's the second guy? There was a second guy behind him. I wonder what happened. But it is nice at least that we have some shift in color at least. So I'll take it. Oh yeah, what is on the left? Ah, the Seraskar.
I was right. For days I tracked that signal coming from beyond the sun. I didn't tell Transmechanic First Class Alaric because I didn't want to be ridiculed. And today, I heard voices. The signal's an Orc fleet heading straight for Grya. That's when I told Alaric. You should have seen the shock on his face. If he'd believed me a week ago, we would have had that much more warning. He was wrong. I was right. Finally.
The petty Mechanicus. Yeah, this time I won't get surprised. So I like that. Oh no! Oh, the second. Fuck. Not a surprise. I was expecting this to happen. I like this little moment when they give you a glimpse, right, of Squigs running past, and basically like giving you it's like a short temporary skill check, right? You can, if you're good with reaction, to shoot them and destroy them. Otherwise you'll have to deal with them later when they actually get to you, right? That was very nice. Does every Squig have a bomb? Yes. Like in this game, they basically serve as these like explosive enemies that suicide into you. The Space Marine 2 version of this enemy, unfortunately, is much less cuter. We have the Spore Mines, the Tyranid Spore Mines, that are considerably less cute than Squigs. They're too cute to explode, this is nonsense. Another gift from the Forge World.
Even here, the tech priests honor their machine god.
Oh yes.
Adeptus Astartes recognized. Ultramarines chapter. Access granted.
Thank you. Well, time for the melted rifle. Yes, it is very good. It is very good. Just like in Bolt Gun. Look at that. Look at that dynamic shadow. Not the best dynamic shadow from the fan, but you know, I'll take it. I'm not even sure you can consider it a fan, right?
Space Marines!
Hello guys. They're running once again. On an elevator, no less. Also, I don't know shit about Age of Sigmar, but they have adorable squigs. Oh, they have squigs? They sniff out, they have like sneaky snufflers. They sniff out mushrooms. I need to check them out. Age of Sigmar, like in general, as I understand it, has quite an advantage over Warhammer 40k in terms of like beautiful miniatures. Schnuffelsquigs in German, adorable. Schnuffelsquigs. Schnuffelsquigs. Schnuffel. Yeah, they have vampires. Yeah.
Adeptus Astartes recognized. Access authorized.
Superior Fury. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the buff. I mean, the Space Marines of Sigmar also, like, in general, arguably slay, you know. Definitely slay more than Primaris Marines. I don't remember they're called, like, Storm Eternals? Oh, Stormcast, yeah. Hello, Squig. Oh, there's the rocket guy. An explosive pipe.
Captain Titus.
Hi guys.
Well met, brothers.
Hello.
Any idea of our position?
We should be nearing an access point to the surface. The air smells a bit cleaner.
I've had enough of tunnels. Let's get out of here and find the Inquisitor before the orcs do.
Yeah, definitely not the best tunnels in video games. Kind of okayish, serviceable. One of the issues that I think Space Marines combat also suffers from is that because... oh no, I did not mean to do that. Because the only way to... oh, that was a mistake. That could be a mistake. Because the only way to get enemy into the finisher, like the only way to finish them, is to stun them, right? It's a lot of the times because you can't cancel your combos easily. It can get pretty hard, or like it gets quite awkward and tricky to get enemies to stun actually. Like right now, for example, I wanted to stun this enemy, but because I was already in the middle of performing my combo, I was basically, I couldn't do what I wanted to do. And that happens quite a lot. Especially like with different different weapons. Because different weapons do like different damage. So as you switch between the different weapons, you're not always sure like how much damage you deal that the stun will stun the enemy, and so you'll be able to finish them. Yeah, quite often it gets into this like very awkward territory of you getting locked into the combo and like killing the enemy instead of stunning them, and just overall just not being certain how much damage you already dealt and can you stun them at this point or not.
At last, a way to the surface.
So yeah, there's definitely a lot of kind of uncertainty and a bit of a chaos when it comes to combat in this game.
Look at that. Below. And at least we have the
Chaos
sky
mentioned.
over our heads again. Our rendezvous point is this way.
Oh, I'm supposed to go. Oh, this way. Oh, they even see the. They even have the flickering light.
Report to your designated shelters for the duration of the emergency.
What could the orcs hope to gain by slaughtering so many?
Sow terror. Demoralize the militia.
Cruel, but effective.
This was no strategy of war. For orcs, this was sport.
God, the precious, rare banter. And then didn't even talk about objective this time. Just about orcs.
Medical supplies have been exhausted.
Look at that. Look at that adorable statue. Kinda reminds me of the Watchers from Dark Angels chapter. And this one actually has a skull. Three potatoes.
Millions more of them.
Our plan is unchanged. Get the Inquisitor and the power source off-world.
Titus, if they take over the Manufactorum, we will have a damnable time getting them out.
We are Ultramarines. Orcs are not a problem.
If we had a week, perhaps. But by then, the Orcs will have worked out how to dismantle the Titans.
Space Marine recognized. Granting access.
Hello, Last Cannon. Nice to meet you. Hello. Look at that guy. Look at his funny googles.
Orc rocket launchers on the high ground.
I forgot what they're called. I don't think they're called commandos. Or maybe they are commandos, actually. Oh my god, I'm so low to health. On health. It's Bon Voyage the Incredibles. I like how Last Cannon just literally just obliterates these guys out of existence. Like a moment he was there and the next moment, none. Zero.
Remain calm.
The Xenos haven't left a single structure undamaged.
Or unblooded.
Oh, look at that, look at that inviting flickering light. I don't the Titus, oh my god, he looks even sillier. The running animation with the Last Cannon. I don't know, the way he just jump. I mean, it is a big weapon.
Worker absence is unacceptable. Transgressors face severe remedial training.
That did not refill my Last Cannon for some reason. Bye, guys. Nah, I think I'll run with last cannon. Because there's going to be a range encounter. Yeah. Hello, guys. Yeah, it's kind of awkward to hit them behind that fence. I have no ammo. Okay. I love these.
More rocks.
Definitely have a certain orchid grip to them.
Cut him to bits.
Oh, that's a lot of berserkers. I should probably back off. Wow, almost died there. Oof.
If you are injured, return to your quarters. The machine god will watch over you.
Nice. But what exactly does a fist on the left indicate? Proximity to items or what is it? It is the indicator for the Fury mode.
The enemies of man are here.
For the Fury mode. Yeah. It basically feels when you deal like enough damage to enemies. And then you can activate it to become super strong and powerful and cool and amazing, you know? Yeah.
Workers of Class 9 and below do not qualify for medical attention.
Poor guy, poor Nob just got spawned only to be shot at from the distance. Helpless. He also got stuck for a moment there. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, he actually managed to get to us. And strike me once. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's pretty often situation. Like Space Marines encounters quite often suffer from the door problem, you can say, right? That I talked a little bit before, how you just so many times you put into this situation where there is just no incentive whatsoever to push forward and engage with enemies in melee, and instead it's just like it's so much easier and safer and more effective to just shoot your enemies to death from the start of the arena, like the way these guys were spawned, right? Why would I try to engage them in melee? I'd rather just shoot them while they're running all this this long distance to me. And again, they have no way to counter it. The ranger guys can a little bit attract your attention, but yeah, again, they just add more problems to this encounter than help to solve it. Also, these guys. Yeah, if I decided to step out and actually try to fight it melee, I would get instantly punished by enemies on the left. Like, look at how actually kind of scammy this set of enemies is, right? Because it's so outside of your line of sight that the chances are you just would not be able to notice them, because you would be too focused on the enemies, on the knobs here. So you like inevitably get hit by pretty big, pretty strong attacks, because those were like the rocket guys, right? And one of them were Commander even. It's a bit of a shame how a lot of times this game just promotes a very cowardly gameplay, which is it's not simply bad on its own, right? Like the door problem is bad on its own, but it also undermines like one of the core premises of your game, that you are trying to sell this power fantasy of being this unstoppable walking fucking tank. And it's interesting because despite all of this, a lot of people will tell you, and like the overall sort of consensus about this game, that actually this game is pretty good, right? At delivering the experience of being a Space Marine. It's like one thing that this game does very well, making sure you feel like a Space Marine. Even so, a lot of times it really tries to do the opposite. Do I want to grab this ammo? Nah, I don't think so. Buddy, come on, hit him, please.
The tech priests will have to bring all of these structures
There,
down.
Drogon said to meet at that monument, this time on top of a mass grave.
Oh, Sidonius. So rude, interrupting Leandros like that. It's kind of funny how, again, there is barely any banter, and whatever banter they have, there is a chance that they will overlap, and one banter will just like interrupt another. Oh, sorry, saying calling what was that banter is a bit of an overstatement. Just like one voice line can interrupt another voice line. Wait, where am I supposed to go? This way? Please, let me move. I'm actually confused. Oh, I think I'm supposed to go down. Yeah, okay. Oh, look at this. Look at this. There are actually a lot of places like this where the little thingies that they shouldn't get in your way literally make the Titus stumble and trip. Also, what are you? Can these guys even hit me? What was? How did? Wow, that rocket was ignoring some law physics, whatever. Also, these guys, by the way. So, on one hand, I like them. I like how the trajectories of the rockets are very unpredictable. Again, it kind of like highlights and evokes like the whole like nature of orcs being very unstable, not particularly accurate, kind of like uncaring. They're just happy to shoot stuff, right? But there are also issues with that enemy. For example, is that because the trajectory is unpredictable, well, there's inherently an element of uncertainty, right? When you see an enemy and you see an enemy shoot, you are not really sure what you're supposed to do. Are you supposed to dodge left, or you're supposed to dodge right, or maybe you're supposed to roll forward, right? Because you can't predict what trajectory the rocket will take. And so you can't really plan around this enemy. And so there's this like just inherent element of randomness where you can get hit when you just like in the middle of combat, and you can't really be certain when you fight this enemy, like how exactly you should approach it. You just kind of hope that the rockets won't hit when you roll around, and it's ultimately it's in the midst of chaos when you have to fight multiple enemies in the more like complex encounters. These guys, they just create a more chaotic and messy and just kind of like uncontrollable environment where you can't really plan around that well. And it's, yeah, maybe that weird serpent fire attack in Elden Ring. Yeah, so in the end they're kind of a mixed bag. And another problem with them that they hit hard. The rockets deal lots of damage to you. And so when you get hit with those, it feels really bad. If they were dealing cheap damage, that wouldn't be maybe as big of a problem. But because they deal a lot of damage, they kind of like upgraded. They are like a higher tier of range enemies in comparison to the yellow boys. It kind of gets problematic. Hello, Drogon. Why is there a bunch of dead guardsmen scattered around you? Kind of sussy. Kind of sussy.
Inquisitor Drogon, we need to get you off planet before we're overrun by orcs.
You were exposed to the unshielded power source. In the generator room, I saw it. You held raw energy from the warp.
Warp.
How are you still alive?
The power source conducts warp energies.
The stuff of chaos. Heresy.
My work against the Xenos has the Imperium's blessing.
Can your blessed work help us against the Orcs?
My research is of the utmost secrecy. The Imperium forbids its use without sanction.
Consider that your Imperial sanction.
Very well. The power source fuels an experimental weapon at my research facility. The Psychic Scourge. It could destroy the Orcs.
You didn't think to bring up this Scourge weapon before.
The Psychic Scourge has never been test-fired, Sergeant. If it malfunctions, it could crack this planet in half.
We're out of options. We fire the weapon and take our chances.
Sure has nothing to do with chaos.
The Psychic Scourge
You would never.
is at the Calcis facility. My research laboratories. It is a fair distance. We will need transportation.
Captain, we aren't far from the plaza where Lieutenant Mira was headed. The Imperial Guard rally point.
They will have Valkyries. We can fly to the research facility. Let's find this Imperial Guard outpost.
Also, this one might be based on the miniature, like on the terrain. I'm not sure, but that does look familiar. It does slay, that's for sure. But these copy-pasted rooms. I mean, it makes sense that they're copy-pasted, but even like in the sense of like of this world. Also, okay, you know what? Again, look at this room. This is room where the supposedly workers lived, right? And this is it is a forged world, and this is the worker class, like that lived here. Look at this room. Look at how big it is, how spacious it is. It's big. It's super big, right? And only for 6 people. And even like the beds itself, they're like, yeah, they don't have any sheets, they don't have any like blankets, but their mattresses look comfy enough. So it looks a bit suspicious, you know, a bit too good for a bunch of workers on the Forge world. I would imagine a room like this would be much more cramped, with much less space available to these people. But it is big because it has to accommodate Space Marine, right? It has to accommodate the camera, it has to accommodate this, the metrics of this big, broad guy. One would even call them Bara. God, the glass cannon is so big. In terms of coziness, I would give it... I mean, outside of space, outside of the fact that it's a pretty spacious room, it's 6 people room, so not a lot of privacy still. And apart from that, apart from the mattresses that look okay, not particularly pleasant, right? So I would give it 3 out of 10, maybe even 2. Because I imagine usually there are a lot of people here with you, so yeah, probably 2 out of 10. Mostly because of the spaciousness and the mattresses, but yeah. And it is like, it is a challenging thing, right? because there are gameplay considerations, there are like requirements that you have to answer, right? But I think in a room like this, in a context like this, because there is no combat happening in this area, right? You don't actually fight enemies. I think it's okay if this room was like considerably smaller and a little bit claustrophobic, and even if it made the camera feel a little bit awkward, if it felt a bit cramped, I think that would still be— wait a second. Look at this bed. Look at this bed. This is a bed for Space Marines. Oh damn it, that is not a human-sized bed. Like, the Titus could lie on this bed. God damn it. God damn it. This is too big. This is bad for a human. Not for a Space Marine, rather. I feel like I could fix this room. Imagine a carpet and some fairy lights, a few blankets, curtains for privacy. Yes, it is definitely a salvageable situation. Absolutely. Also, is this a toilet or a sink or both? I read it as a sink. And I thought it was... that probably is... I mean... sorry, I didn't mean to do that, but you can see there is a hole, right? So it looks like, I mean, does it look like a toilet hole to you? I don't think it looks like a shower hole, right? But there's clearly no shower. Not sure, actually. It is not ideal. There are definitely quite a few questions about how people use this when they had to go to toilet or like shower. Yeah, the Imperial citizens can manage.
If you are injured, return to your quarters. The machine god will watch over you.
Do you think they can shower? That's a good question, if they can shower. Maybe they can't. Maybe the water is too precious on this Forge world. Oh, a bunch of guardsmen are fighting against orcs. Nice. The Taco priests need all the water for their power washing machines. Yes. Okay, buddy. I believe I can take this gun from your hands. Please? No, that fucker. That fucker is having too much fun. Can you like die? I think he's immortal. I think this guy is just... he doesn't really care about how much damage he takes. Okay. No heavy plasma rifle for us. Like, did you see? Oh my god, these fucking. Did you see how much damage I took from these rockets?
Inquisitor Drogon's alive. I can't believe we survived that.
Inquisitor, your wound is slowing us down.
I can manage.
Brothers, take him to the Valkyries. I will draw the orcs off and meet you there.
Give the power source to the sergeant then, Captain.
No, Drogon. The orc chieftain wanted the power source. When his orcs see I possess it, not you, they will follow me. Move out.
Very smart, Titus. Smart move.
To the rally point, guardsman.
Bastion Primus is that way, my lord. But it's all orc territory.
Do not bring personal possessions to public evacuation center.
Oh hey, the second jump back sequence. With a Thunderhammer. Oh yes.
Now to knock over some orc nests.
I do need to do that.
Welcome to evacuation center Omega. Receive rations of water and food.
Did you just say Amiga?
Whatever you're doing, Captain, keep at it. The Greenskins are swarming
I'm
your
sorry.
way, leaving our
I am. God, this is so weird. After playing and so much Space Marine 2, it's just my muscle memory is clicking on the wrong buttons because in Space Marine 2 the Q is a button for using the jump. It's fucking me up. Hello. Hello, weirdo. That could be a mistake. No. Oh, that guy is pretty annoying. Oh yeah, they also die when you kill the weird boy, which is I'm not sure how lore friendly it is. Lore friendly, lore accurate. That when you kill an orc psyker, that in turn just like destroys every other orc in the vicinity. Not really sure about that part of the orc lore. Oh, that was an invisible wall. Couldn't get on that platform. Oh, that's okay. I'm not sure that was a good idea to ground pound into that explosive barrel, but
Instrument of the Emperor's will, Trooper. Now indicate to me the nearest concentration of orcs.
Aye, my lord. Master's Plaza is just past this hab complex. It is swarming with the beasts.
Not for long.
So yeah, the jump pack in Space Marine it's extremely powerful tool that basically trivializes the combat if you use it right. You saw how quickly just you can destroy the strongest enemies with the ground pound. So it's kind of just like a tool for letting you have some fun basically with enemies, right? Blow some steam off, you can say. Unfortunately, they don't really do anything beyond that. They don't really try to make any sort of like any platforming sequences, you know, with the jump pack, which is to some extent it is understandable because as you noticed, it is a bit awkward to control. You don't have a lot of control when you use it, so maybe it is for good reason that there are no like platforming sequences here. But on the other hand, it is a bit of it feels like a bit of a missed opportunity still, because Space Marine in general suffers a bit from this kind of monotony of what kind of activity is available to you. It's basically all just combat. It's combat and combat and combat, and sometimes in between combat you can just like walk around and not even listen to your companions talk, just walk around. Right, and so Space Marine unfortunately kind of lacks in this regard in comparison to many other sort of exemplar slasher games like, I don't know, Devil May Cry or Bayonetta, that feature the platforming, right, sequences as one of the main tools of providing variety, right, and in regard to pacing in between action sequences. So yeah, that's kind of like one thing that Space Marine suffers from, unfortunately.
Captain, we are within sight of the Imperial Guard bastion.
That's such a weird finisher. He slaps him or something. I'm not even sure what he's doing even. It looks like he just slaps him in the face, and that guy just like dies from this. I don't know. Also, they all died once again because the Psyker died. Oh god, I love this checker. The weird boy is also kind of another missed opportunity because he's I'll be honest, I'm not even sure what kind of attacks he has. I think he has some kind of lightning, but apart from that, he's not like particularly memorable or like interesting enemy. Oh. Out of fuel. Whatever you say, buddy. This is like much better moment to remove the jump pack. Remember like the first jump pack sequence where there is a pretty probable opportunity for the player to like accidentally mid-combat trigger the jump pack removal. And here there are no enemies around, so even if it can get... So there's like... This situation is just like not possible here.
This is Primus Command. Orcs inside the perimeter. Move to secondary defense positions and hold the line.
Sergeant Sidonus briefed me about the Inquisitor and his doomsday weapon. He said you require air transport to the Calcis facility.
Your Valkyries are the fastest way to reach it, and we have no time to spare.
Your men are already on board their Valkyrie, and the squadron's ready for liftoff. We'll get you to Calcis with all speed. It's time the Imperial Guard brought the fight to the Orcs.
Pilots, this is Lieutenant Mira aboard Valkyrie 1. Look sharp, all cries inbound.
Captain Titus, I need a gunner to man the heavy bolter.
Oh, look at that! Oh my. I like these red planes that orcs have. They're like toys. Look at that. Trying to board our Valkyrie. Yeah, they're all dead. Yeah, that was a nice turret
Coming,
sequence.
Lieutenant. Valkyrie 2 is down. I require immediate transport.
A very good potato landing, yeah. Also, I have the chainsaw for some reason. Don't remember when I switched my weapons. Come on, please, work, yeah.
Shoot those humans! Kill them, Space Marines!
Also, look at that. Look at that building. Look at that scale. And these guys that support it. It's honestly just... it's a bit of a shame how this building, like the game, like the moment I will step into that marker, I will trigger a cutscene. And that's it. The level is over. And so they have this such a beautiful, just enormous, monumental building that they don't even frame nicely. They don't even like provide you an opportunity to just like look at. You know, like an average player will. There's a good chance that they'll just miss it because they'll run toward the marker after they killed everyone. And of course, during the combat, they don't have time to look around. And I remember how I was like it on one of my like second or third playthrough. I just stopped here and just noticed that there are these giants that hold this whole thing, and it was just it is a gigachat structure, and it's just such a shame how they barely use it, and don't even like provide an opportunity to like appreciate it. Yeah. Look at that. Look at how it just keeps on like going to the distance too.
Very good.
And that's it, we're done. We'll never see that gigachat structure again.
Farewell, Captain. I must return to base. Those damned Orc flyers cost me too many good men and too many gunships. We'll be hard pressed to defend the outpost.
Thank you. And good luck, Lieutenant.
Now look at my team, already assembled.
Where is it?
The device is secure, Thorgan.
What are you waiting for then? Further delay is intolerable.
Inquisitor, are you all right?
Yes. Come. We've no time to waste.
The Inquisitor is getting little well, I mean, he's wounded, and it is a very important project for him. His agitation is understandable, you know? Also, we are in the desert now, I guess, which unfortunately is very brown still. There's a bit of tint of yellow and orange, I guess. The gaslighting. There is no gaslighting. I would never. Like, oh my god, did I lose like my whole... Oh no.
Space Marines!
Yeah, can we go this way? Alright.
More of them!
Dispatch them quickly! We must hurry!
Find their arms!
Oh yes, and another problem with these guys, the rocket fuckers, is that they can actually shoot behind covers. Did you see that? He was mostly obscured by the rock, but because, well, he doesn't actually need line of sight to shoot at us, he can still shoot rockets behind the covers. And that's like probably one of the worst things about this. That you can get hit by the rocket and not even be sure like where the enemy is. But look at this. Look at their ships. This is just like a bunch of what do you call this part of the rocket? The one where the flame is coming from, attached to the meteorite, to the rock. Oh, oh my god, that's a fucking knob, and I did not realize it. Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. I just got killed from the fucking rocket. And I had no... Oh, yeah, whatever. Exhaust pipe? Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Oh. Did you notice what hit me? I think it was rocket. Because I had plenty of health still, and I...
Oh my god, he's dead!
Look at these green monsters! I was busy doing idiotic dance moves to rid myself of my back pain. understand. Oh no 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 no! I'm sorry, sorry. I decided to push for some reason. Oh, why would I do that? I would rather stay at the entrance of the arena and shoot everything from the safe distance. Oh my fucking god! Oh fuck it! I was just... yeah, for... yeah, whatever, whatever. I am... like... god, the Space Marine 2 is fucking with me because I just like I just want to parry this guy because I can parry enemies in Space Marine 2. And so when I see with this fucking big dude, I just like, I want to parry him, but that's the wrong game. That's so strange. Ow. What kind of length in the screen? Oh, the motivational quotes when you die. Is your job is worth doing? Is it worth first time? Yeah. Yes. The death screen is very funky in this game. Now, honestly, I should probably do some dance too. A little stretch will do, I guess. Yeah. It's not worth neglecting stretches. Yep, true enough. 3 days? 3 days of idiotic neck tension. Ugh. Yeah. Okay, did I kill it? No, there's still these guys. Oh, hey, Melta is pretty good against the knobs. Jesus, you almost killed me with this shit. Oh. Please, please. Die, please. Oh, the fucking... Okay. Do you also have one of these things? Fascia roller? What is a fascia roller? Oh wow, what is this? Huh, that looks pretty interesting. I'm not sure I even saw stuff like this before. Wow. A curse thingy that you can use to torture yourself with. It feels very healthy. A massage stick. Interesting. Interesting. It is interesting that I see so many different poses. Like so many different photos of people just doing all sort of stuff with them. Like, wow. Like imagination is your limit of how to use this thing. It is very versatile. Yeah. I have one that you need to use on a wall, which makes you look like an idiot. The great thing is that at one point everyone in my office had this. Oh, it was like a group activity to exercise with the singing. So we could all do the wall exercise at the same time. A+++ bonding experience would recommend. Did you have that? Like, as far as I'm aware, like in Japan, for example, they have this. I don't know how mandatory it is, but like the whole office just having these times of exercise. Like everyone stands up and starts doing physical exercises. Did you have that? Was it like a similar thing where like everyone had to do this, or it was just like more of a, you know, on your own volition kind of thing? And if you didn't want to do that, you just could skip it. Oh, Frozen doesn't have that in her office. Oh, it's interesting. Because I think that I've seen like one video, and that was from like an animation studio office, where they had like these, they would stand up and they would have this like funky, like a hand exercises, which I mean makes sense because like they're animated. There are like lots of animators who have to, which is like very useful for them, I guess. And it was very like funny how they're like whoop 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 whoop. My model does not convey the movements, the beauty of the movements that they had to do. No more of a good procrastination health thing. I can ask her, but it sounds... Yeah, it sounded like very useful. Like the fact that it was like a scheduled and like a group thing. It looked kind of goofy and silly, but I imagine it was pretty useful. Because like at Saber, for example, when I worked at office, we did not have any of that stuff. We had no like physical exercises, like activities at all. No one was doing anything like that, even closely similar. And I imagine it's like a very similar thing like in Russian office spaces. It's just not a part of like of Russian office culture. People are just not doing exercises at all, and that's not great. It makes a lot of sense for de-shrimpification. God, I love this. I love the shrimpification term. But yeah, it is true. It is very good. To be honest, this is the only thing I miss about school. Mandatory sports stretches every week. It should be a thing. Yep, I agree. Unfortunately, I'm very bad at keeping this stuff. Like I have this on my smartwatch. I have that thingy that is actually pretty bad at like keeping how much I stay without movement. And from time to time it will be like, hey buddy, you have to stand up and do some exercises. I'm like, and I'll be honest, a lot of times I just ignore it. A lot of times I'm just like, nah, I have some work to do, sorry buddy, I don't really care. And it's just like, I'm not doing well on this front, unfortunately. I'm an idiot to such a degree that I only work out when I'm in pain already, 10 out of 10. Yeah, kind of same. It's only when my body gives me like a very explicit signal, I will do something. Rest in peace to our spines. Yeah. And the worst thing is it's like with the shrimpification that it's like when you see it, when you actually like see in the mirror how it looks, right? Like with how it looks very ugly, right? It's just like having the shrimp posture. It looks really bad. And when you see other people having the shrimp posture, and you look at it like, oh my god, no! I should work on my posture. I should watch out for this. And then you forget until the next like call. It's terrible. But okay, to be honest, silly dances while listening to music at 4 a.m. are kind of fantastic. At 4 a.m. Oh, I guess you're listening to with the headphones, right? I imagine. I just for some reason I imagined. I'm sorry, I imagined you blasting music with the speakers at 4 a.m. And I was like, oh my god! I saw that in Germany, people are very strict with noises during the night. Well, kind of. What? Wait, you are doing the dance with the music on the speakers? Do you have like thick walls in your like apartment building? Okay, the walls are very thick. Okay, because maybe okay, I see, that might be the case, yeah. Because maybe I saw that was in regard to Japan. Was it Japan that has like a very, very thin walls? Because I actually remember that on one of the Wolfen streams, she was streaming, what is it, Resident Evil 2, I think? And she was screaming or something during like some jump scares, and she got like one of the like her neighbors or something got angry and like okay, that was back in Germany. Okay, yeah, it was in Germany. Yeah. So yeah, okay, I guess I was thinking about Germany too. Is it like, do German apartment buildings have like in general thick walls or thin walls? But like, or like it depends greatly. Bless it, as long as I don't vacuum. Ah, okay, in her flat in Ludwigsburg. I know that the neighbor, he was just a prick overall. Okay, I see. It varies. Yeah, okay, got it. Yeah, like in Russia, I think it's also kind of varies. Like I have Ring Fit, and I do Ring Fit exercises at pretty late. Also, thank you for the posture check. I do it at pretty late times actually. I do these exercises at around like 10, 11 p.m. And Ring Fit, a lot of the exercises involve you like jogging in the same place. You have to jog to move around the environment in that game. And then in the beginning I was very anxious because I was very nervous about our neighbors from below, like hearing all my fucking all my jogging. But not a single time they complained. So they're either very patient, or they actually don't hear me. Yeah, Ring Fit is this funky Nintendo. It's like a game that has this like special controller, this round controller. I don't know what you call it actually in English. It is. It's like the only thing that I use on my Nintendo Switch. Actually, it's like the only game that I quote unquote play on my Nintendo Switch. Oh, partially because I also like the online functionality is basically not functional in Russia. But yeah, does it slay? It absolutely slays. If you, because I basically bought it since the beginning, like after the pandemic started, and I was like spending 24/7, like 7 weeks inside of my apartment. So I was barely moving at all, and like at some point I decided like actually I need to lose some weight, and for that reason, for that purpose, it's great. It's fantastic. I actually like lost around 10 kilograms, I think, like since I started using the Ring Fit. It is also like fixing my diet, of course, and all that stuff. So yeah, it is to some extent I consider it my lifesaver that I actually started moving with that thing. But yeah, it sounds very good. Yeah, it's very good. If you're barely moving at all, if you're like overweight, I think it's a perfect thing. And you're like very lazy in general, you know? And I'm very lazy in general. I'm too lazy for gym. I am too lazy for any, you know, these like exercises, like apps that like give you like exercises that you can do. I'm too lazy for this. And the fact that like Ring Fit Adventure has this gamified environment of like you actually progressing through the game, and you like defeat enemies by doing exercises. And there's also a very adorable storyline actually in Ring Fit. There is like it's like a story of a rivalry between you and a very buff and kind of hot and sexy dragon guy who you're like fighting with, and you're constantly, it's like your whole journey, like your whole story is basically like competing with him. Let me show you that guy. Let me show how ripped he is. Because he's packing some stuff. He's like like look at that guy. This is who you fight. Yeah, oh my god, look at look at this fan art. Yeah, this is some motivational stuff right here. You can become buff as a dragon guy. Yeah, I mean you can become more of a fit, because Ring Fit is not that great for like gaining muscles, but it's still very, very good. Yes, they were cooking some stuff. There is like some there are things in this game, okay? Yes. Alright, let's continue with the game actually. Yes, hello zombie. We are talking about different
Can we get around the bulk of these orcs?
Yes, perhaps. My research produces a minimal waste, so the facility's sluiceways should be accessible.
Wow, eco-friendly. Yeah, we're talking about how great Ring Fit Adventure is. Oh fuck it! Oh, can you hear the fucking rockets? Also, I must confess, I have never set foot into a gym in my whole life. Damn. Yeah. All right. Do you like do exercises like in house basically in your apartment, Or like you just do them outside, like jogging and stuff? Neither have I. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yoga and walks, and that's pretty much it. But I have a bunch of weights and stuff. You know, I'm kind of dreaming like the thing that I lack, despite having Ring Fit. Like the problem with Ring Fit is that you cannot do it while you're walking, right? You're like actually exercising. And I really wanted to get this fucking, what do you call it? Not windmill, what do you call it? Treadmill. You know, just like these small treadmills that are kind of portable with a table that can change its position. So you can actually stand while you work. So yes, so you can walk while you're working. This is like my ideal kind of scenario, because like Ring Fit has its limitations. Like again, it's like an actual exercise, and I'll be honest, I'm getting I kind of hit a plateau with it actually. I kind of hit that point when I'm getting a little bit lazy, and I'm not really losing weight anymore with this thingy. Partially because I'm also kind of my diet gets a little bit worse, but yeah, I've never heard of someone who bought that and then continually used it, but it does sound great. Yeah, like I think using treadmill separately doesn't work. Like yes, I think using treadmill like as a separate like exercise device, I think it's not that people very easily just kind of like stop using it at all. But when you using it while you're working, I think there's a potential there. Because it's like, as far as I'm aware, walking is like, it's in general like the safest and just like the best way to just keep your like physical shape pretty well, right? Just to walk around and walk a lot. It's like even healthier than jogging, I think, like running in general, because when you run, you obviously like put more pressure on your like joints. Oh my fucking god, I hate the fucking rocket guys. Jesus, there's like the worst combination of having a strong melee enemy with a bunch of rocket guys behind.
Crush the Space Marines! Get him to bits!
Please die. What is going on here? Google hamster wheel desk? Hamster wheel desk. Oh my. Okay, I think this might be a bit too much. This is very interesting, but I think this is a bit too much, a bit over the top, because I want to see it at times, you know. I want to actually being able to switch between sitting and walking and standing. I love walking. Walking is great. I can walk like 15 kilometers per day easily. I love walking. Walking plus listening to music, my beloved. The Fataya. Human Bible, Flamethrower, Mortgage. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, like the problem with walking is that in like my I think I talked about this, that I had near my previous apartment, I had a park, like a very big park that felt like a forest. And so I would actually like, it was a very nice like space to just walk, you know, and chill. But unfortunately, my current apartment is kind of on the edge of the city, and it's just it's not a nice neighborhood. It's not pleasant to walk around. It's just let me show you how my neighborhood look like. It's these enormous big apartment buildings that feature these like big empty spaces in between them, and it's like the worst environment to kind of just walk around. And there are like parking lots everywhere, and it's not a pleasant environment. Doxing yourself some more. I'm not doxing myself. I am showing you an examples of the neighborhoods like this. Like, look at this. Just imagine walking in the courtyard like this. Surrounded by these ugly fucking panel houses. Constantly neighboring with these fucking cars. It's not great. It's I don't like spending time outside in this area. So yeah, I have a park, thankfully. Also mountain forest pass. Jesus, wow. So you can literally hike if you want. I'm jealous, envious even. Yeah, it unfortunately it does not create a particularly enticing environment for walking. I guess the only, like, one of the few good things about these guys that the telegraphing, like the sound telegraphing is relatively good. Like, you can usually hear pretty well when they launch their rockets. Jesus. Okay, let's just use the Fury mode. Hello, Crusader Orthodox. Listen, I'll die on this hill. The Salamanders are the best. I don't know about the best, but they can be definitely very good. As someone who is a big fan of Sakan from the recent short animation works, like the Ties or the Nexus Pariah, I can definitely see the appeal of the Salamanders. Blood Angel supremacy. I'm definitely more of a Blood Angel guy myself, yeah.
psychic scourge.
How large is the weapon?
The firing mechanism is at my research lab, but the energy pulse itself travels along conduits from the lab to the orbital spire.
Oh, another rock fall. Oh, that's definitely a spire.
There. We will proceed through that door.
Oh, look at these reaches. Oh, I will definitely take this under hammer. Why not?
I need time to override the lock, Captain.
Understood, Visitor.
I'm kind of sad that the Titus did not ask Leandros to do that. To continue their boomer and zoomer relationship. And that guy just got obliterated in one hit. Yeah, the Thunderhammer is like one of the few weapons that allow you to engage with knobs in melee fights, since you can just perpetually stun lock them and not let them to do any attacks at all. So there is this option at least. Oh, the shield guys. Oh. Okay, alright, we need to activate Fury for this.
Through here, Space.
I thought the spire to be a ground to space.
It is. With a few modifications, it also makes an ideal firing tower. The energy pulse should not damage the spire.
You do not sound confident.
Improvisation and experimentation go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the return of the squeak. Well, that squeak, I believe, just got stuck, thankfully. That's a quite nice effect of the of the sandstorm. I kind of wish that this game would have. I mean, it does, I guess, obscure your visibility, But I kind of wish they would push this effect a little bit more even to actually make it hard to see like in the distance. That would make like the encounter with the squigs much more tense, I think, right? Because you would be unable to see the squigs until the very last moment. But here they unfortunately make it transparent enough so that you still can see pretty well in the distance. So it doesn't really have a meaningful like impact on the gameplay. Ow, 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 ow. Oh god, these guys. Find cover.
These pipes lead into the facility's sub-basements. And here is our entrance.
Hmm? What? Oh, I couldn't sprint for some reason into this. It's so interesting. Like, look at that. The Titus cannot sprint for some reason over this ramp. Too slippery, I guess. Have to take a more cautious step. Yes, more sewers. Looking forward to it. House of Secrets.
Inside, Inquisitor?
Oh yes, just a few defenses.
What comprises a few, Inquisitor?
Servo turrets, mostly.
Set to eliminate orcs?
Set to eliminate anything with the misfortune to move within their range.
Oh, look at that, yes. The sewer fan. A bit thin for the Imperium fan, you know? I would expect it to be a bit wider. But that's okay. Oh yeah, also no skull. More chunk.
Lockdown in effect.
Sentry guns ahead.
Yeah, we have a new enemy type. Turrets. Actually, I think I need to change the melee weapon. The Thunderhammer is a bit too restrictive.
missile launcher!
No way to move quickly with these guns everywhere. We need to shut them all down.
I can do that from the central security room.
Then that is where we are headed.
Lockdown in effect.
Oh, 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 oh. Wait, this is not a fun. Ugh. One thing that these turrets can do is jump scare you. That's for sure.
Authorization required.
Oh yeah, and they have in this corridor they have the moving turrets that you can take out, I guess, with these nicely placed explosive barrels. What function do you think these barrels serve? I wonder. It's kind of funny how, like, it is also a bit of a useless gesture in a sense, because you can destroy turrets pretty quickly. They're not particularly chunky.
Ultramarines, the logic engine thinks we are escaped Xenos specimens. There is a control panel in the side room. There, I can shut it down.
The lab is very nice, and you can see that this guy was he was doing some thingies. Not sure what he was doing in these ones. I do like the assets though. Yeah, the lab is definitely quite beautiful. The use of lighting here is very, very nice. And it's a bit of a shame again that, like, this lab is such a nice opportunity for banter, right?
However, I'm afraid the servo turrets beyond this room remain prime.
Wait, we're back. Okay,
What
wait.
is kept in these containers?
Oh,
Specimens needed for my research.
Specimens, cages, operating theaters. This place reeks of Xenos filth.
That is the business of the Inquisition, Ultramarines.
they actually talked about this. I'm actually not sure I'm supposed to go. Am I supposed to click on something? Oh, I don't know. Why are these doors open now? What was the point of going this way? Maybe the Drogon did something and I missed it. Okay, we left the slaying room and back into the more boring... I mean, okay, this room is also very nice.
Base Marine recognized. Ultramarines chapter. Granting access.
The Kraken bolt unlocked. What is this? What are you showing us?
The firing core is still active. Excellent.
If this is the firing core, Inquisitor, does it discharge through the whole facility?
No, not precisely. The core actually raises to the rooftop of the facility. That is where the rest of the firing array is located.
And now they're closing. Oh, this is so funny. Yeah, the laboratory, the dragon. Dragon's laboratory is quite nice. In many ways, because of the lighting, right? It's kind of like a nice example of how much the lighting can carry the environment. So I assume he's an Order Xenos biomancer. Those seem to be popular. Yeah. Yeah, you know, the Inquisitors, the Inquisition. They are in high demand. The Cathedral Hall was great. Sewer fencing was great. Lab was great. Oh. The fact that the rockets also stun you is quite painful. The turret weapons feel like to some extent it feels like a move of desperation, I don't know. Because they are just such a one-note enemy that I'm not even sure that they do a good job of like providing a variety. In contrast to the orc enemies, you know. Oh wait, I have a last cannon. I forgot. Oh yes. The red corridors are also quite nice. Definitely creates a bit of a sinister mood.
sound room is beyond those doors.
Yeah, the last cannon makes these encounters even more trivial. What do we have here? Another Purity Seal. Supreme Fury unlocked. Wow.
Very good. All the security measures will be down shortly, Captain. I'm afraid they were the only thing keeping the orcs outside, however.
But you will be able to fire the weapon.
Indeed.
We had better do so quickly. This place will be awash with orcs before long.
Of course. Security systems disabled.
Authorization recognized. Releasing safeguards.
Please proceed to the generator room.
The purple on the console. Oh, I like that you can see through these arched windows. The environment is like completely missable. This part of this room. It's still nice. Yeah, the environment is getting slowly more purplish and purplish, right? I wonder what that means. I'm going to die. Nope. Ah, cringe! Even the Supreme Fury of Ultramarine cannot handle the the meaty, the little guys that orcs have on their side.
Place the canister into his cradle inside the power core, Captain.
Do we risk exposure again?
Only if you drop the canister. My work began with two simple questions. On that day, my ship had just entered the dimensional limbo of the warp. Most people do not like to think of the warp's true nature. After all, it lets us travel between the stars. But the warp is the realm of chaos. Creatures of absolute evil and absolute power take their strength directly from it.
Oh, really?
So, I asked my questions. Could I tap into that power? And what could I do with it?
Wow. Wow, this guy. This guy. Absolutely nothing happened.
Your time
Yes.
carrying my power source is finally at an end.
Stand clear. Cyclic Scourge firing sequence commencing. Alarm. Structural damage. Warning. Emergency containment right commencing.
Damnable thing!
What do you need me to do, Inquisitor?
You'll need to manually restart the array alignment.
Of course.
Forcibly, if you must.
Where?
In the firing chamber. Board the lift, Ultramarines.
Oh, the lift, my beloved.
Captain, you must hurry. The downed orcs have cut the main conduits to the firing tower. You must reconnect the conduits, Captain, or we're facing an overload that will rip this planet apart.
Understood.
A bit of an awkward silence moment, but that's okay.
No mercy.
Would be a great opportunity to pat Leander's Vulcan. Yes. So many missed opportunities to pat Leander's head. Look at that. Look at that interesting thingy.
Weapons authorization confirmed.
No, Zombie. Leander's is different. I think Leander's is a very different body in comparison to Solus, for example, or Tav.
Primary containment fixture disengaged. Firing sequence.
Look at that. Look at that reveal. Ah, beautiful.
Firing now. Alarm.
This purple. Ah, oh wait, that's.
Look at the spire.
Ow. I wonder nothing wrong happened.
For you, Space Marine.
Look at this, look at that sunset.
Got something of mine.
The sunset is just, I love it. Very nice.
Here they come.
Now we team up with Orc in your dreams, Zombie, in your dreams.
Drogon. Never trust the Inquisition.
Never trust the Inquisition.
Stand fast, Ultramarines. We can handle a few orcs.
Space Marine. Was that supposed to hurt?
Oh, what is this? What's going on here? Oh fuck! That's a demon.
How is this possible?
Good question, Leandros. I like Grimskull reaction to these guys. Where he just falls off the edge. Hello, hi Nemeros. Hi, hello. I told you. It wasn't really a team map. It was if you stretch the definition. Hello, Drogon. He's not cute.
Inquisitor, get back!
I do like his design still.
Drogon!
Stupid potato. Not realizing the Drogon is not on his side.
I have served you well, Lord Nemeron.
Traitor. I see. My servant did all that I hoped and more. But he would never have succeeded without you, Captain Titus. Thanks to these surprisingly able to resist my touch. Titus of the Ultramarines. And that of the war, which impressed my servant to no end. You think the Inquisitor a traitor?
I see why they're looking for them.
Has been dead since before you first met. You have been used by my puppet of flesh and bone.
Hello, Grimskull.
I ain't so easy to kill.
Oh, the big boys are fighting. With teammates. The way just the bows fall.
Emperor, protect us.
We need an exit.
To the lift!
Hello, bloodletters. Look at this. Look at that skybox now. Ah, beautiful. Let me get to the next safe point.
Did that fiend speak truth? Did we cause a Chaos invasion?
Of course we did. His Inquisitor puppet manipulated us from the moment we met.
And before. The false Inquisitor sent the distress call.
I don't think so, Leandros. The man's urgency, his fear. I believe that was the real Drogon, facing certain death.
And it found him.
But not at the Orcs' hands. Somehow the agents of Chaos were already here.
So this is why Titus gets demoted. Oh no, no, it's it gets a little bit further than that. Actually, let's see. Where's this checkpoint actually?
Emperor, protect us.
We need an
Okay,
exit.
this is where
To the
we
lift!
Okay. Yeah, the Titus demotion is it goes a little bit further, and it's connected to Leandros. But it is connected, yeah. All right, I think this is a good point to stop. We reached Chaos. We are actually even further than half of the game, I think. And I've been streaming for 5 hours. So yeah, I will stop here for today, and I think I'll very likely finish the game on Thursday. We are fighting with the orcs now. There will be a lot of infighting, so that's kind of like one of the more exciting parts of the game. I think they do a pretty good job at like, even so it's pretty easy to realize the twist of Chaos appearance. The infighting between these two factions is pretty nice still to go through. Yeah. Do not forget to deshrimpify. Yeah, of course, absolutely. All right, yeah. Thank you everyone who stopped by today. I'll see you on Thursday with we'll end the Space Marine playthrough, and yeah, see you next then. Until then, and have a good rest of your night or day or night or day or night. Yes. Bonne nuit, salut, au revoir. Yes. Don't forget to mange un croissant, un orange. Yes.